that should be up and running, and cool. Very exciting. Neat. Okay, that should be all set. And let me go check the other chat. All right. Sound good? Everything else good? Maybe? Who knows? Let me... oh, I feel that. Okay. All right. And now, let there be books. And lo, there were books. Amazing. Okay, there we go. Great. Actually, Jen, there's a hello everybody, Jen's in my ears. There's a thing called Pro Chat that you can just aggregate the chat so I can see all the chats at once. Highly advise. All right. Okay. Hello again. Welcome, welcome. Okay, today we're painting. We're painting today. It's gonna happen. And check this fanciness out. Hooba, 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 hooba. Is that not the fanciest thing you've ever seen? We can go from the wide view to the small view. Are you not entertained? You should be entertained. I am very entertained. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Okay. Bye, Jen. Thanks. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Check this out. Look at this. We got the both views. Oh, is that not cool? And then we can also just, if you're like, please stop this, just pick one. But I can pick one, right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool because we're going to be painting today. So today is the scary one. Hope you're ready. I don't know if I am. Ooh, it's the scary one because we're going to be painting today. So we're going to do some pages. It's going to happen. I don't have tea. What am I thinking? And it's just yeah. I am. I don't know if I'm ready, but I am. Something's happening. Something's gonna happen today, and it's gonna be great. Okay, let me just make us some room because we might need it. Get all the supplies ready because we might need those. While I do that, how's everybody doing? How's the weekend? Anything fun happen? Anything unfun happen? It's like not. But you know, weekends are work days for emotions too. I had a pretty crazy experience. I can tell you about. I got this. Thank you, Luna, by the way. Also, hello, everybody. Hi, Helen. Hi, Arctic Tern. Hi, Luna. Luna Soul. Moon and Sun. That's a great username, actually. Okay. We're in good shape here and here. Yard work. Trying to catch up. That is, yard work was invented by Sisyphus. Just pushing that boulder up a mountain. You know? Okay. We got some of this. Where's my book? Actually, I should go find that. Good morning, Kia. Welcome. Check this out. Ready? Go super close to super far. Okay, let me go. I need to go find the book. It's somewhere here. We need a typewriter. We need a book. We need all the pieces. And then we're good to go. Clean your kitchen. These are all very springy things. Did anybody like relax? Okay, we have a book. We have a typewriter, just in case. I think we're relatively through the typing phase for now. And all I need is a song in my heart. May the 4th be with you. Oh, that's right. That's right. May the 4th be with you. My late grandpa's birthday. Which is a pretty solid one. Easy to remember. So for his in his memory, we always have ice cream. He's a big ice cream fan. But also nothing wrong with Star Wars and ice cream. It's a great combo. Gigazoom. Yes, right? That's not the cool? I know. We've got the double, and we can do, if you want, double angle at once. So you can have, like, you know, for all your angling needs. I feel particularly thrilled about this. I don't know about you. Um, Checking my mailbox. Order your first watercolor brush. Oh, congratulations. And also watch out. Art supplies are a gateway drug that makes meth look cheap. But it's great. It's like what watercolor brushes are so good. Can I show you some of my first ones? This is just gotta reach over here. These are some of like the first expensive brushes I ever got. These are little they're I got them on sale. Escoda's like I don't know if I endorse them. They are wildly pricey. They made out like some hair, and then they're made by women in Portugal, and they're very nice. But I remember because like you only need the one or two brush, and it just goes with you everywhere. And then you can see, look how worn they are on the sides just from. There we go. Look how worn this one is just from like how many times I'd put it in and out of the like little bandolier, and then they just pop open, and you have a little brush like that. But oh my gosh, the watercolor brushes, there's something so special about them. That's very exciting. That is magic. Okay, we have some sketches to make today. I am gonna make some tea, and then we'll begin, because this is like arguably the most scary part of anything, sort of. I don't know. I have a habit, to be honest, of kind of choking at this point in projects, and I'll explain more of that later. But I think if I seem a little bit cagey, it is for this reason, is because this is one of like the biggest sort of like fall apart breaking points that I have. So let me just quickly get some water. Let's go fill these. Gotta get a little bit of, there we go, fill some of that. And then what else do I need? Fill another little rinse jar. There we go. Old tea water makes the best painting water. And then we'll begin. Anybody else have like the pre-painting heebie-jeebies sometimes, like where you kind of get in your head a lot before starting something? Do you ever have that, like, what am I doing? Kind of like, it's like before going off a ski jump or something. Like maybe I don't need to do this. I love how clear and visible the little person is in that composition. This one or this one? Because technically that's also a person, as you can clearly tell. Or this one, left one. Oh yeah. No, I do love like a tiny little person is one of my favorite. Yeah, it just adds like so much to a landscape. I've been having a lot of fun though too with like let me show you this. There's a new technique I've been messing with a little bit, and I swear we are gonna get into this today. I might just like I said, it might take me a moment to kind of get it going. Let me turn off the heater here because it is hot. Yep. Okay. So there's a new technique I've been kind of getting a kick out of, and it is where you do the opposite. Normally, I basically make myself a coloring book. Oh, also here's this week's. How do I do this? Here's this week's panorama. This is on the way to. I can't really see it too well. Anyway, this was on the way to the post office. It's gorgeous. It was like this. Let me see if I can show you. This is on the way to this week, the post office, and it was just so pretty. But this has been a really fun technique. I'm so bad at people, but what I've started to do is I paint them first, and then I fill them in with pen and ink. So I just put the colors down, and then I would pen over top of it. And for some reason, like when I sketch, I don't know, do I have an example here? Yeah, like this right here, this one, a quick sketch, and it's not bad, but like it doesn't, I don't know, it's like I can't do faces very well. It's a huge frustration. And then I can color it in sometimes, but even then it kind of feels like I'm hampered. But instead, I'll do the coloring first, where I can kind of just like get all this color. And so no pencil line, no nothing. I'm just working with color. And then I can kind of put the pen over it, and like any little mistakes you'd like barely notice. I don't know. It was like an interesting like clicks. Like I don't know if that'd work for landscapes, but it was just like all of a sudden it was like, oh wait, this totally is a thing. This is my son, and he, well, here's the full story. Talking about picture books. Our cat, Charlemagne the Destroyer, beast of our hearts, he caught a mouse, and we watched this happen during breakfast, which is vaguely upsetting for us, but Kip was like pretty chill with it. And then Kip goes out to play. Here's the mouse too, by the way. Mouse, kind of playing with it, not really eating it. Unsportsmanlike, but what are cats gonna do? And so then our son goes out just, like a couple minutes later, and then comes and knocks on the door and says, "Hey, I found a pet mouse." And he has this like half alive mouse that he's just kind of carrying around, and so he puts it in a box, and puts a bunch of hay, and he's like, "Look, it's tired." Uh, and so we took this mouse, which there's just something beautiful about a little boy and his mouse. And so we took this mouse to the pond where it could live, because obviously it wasn't playing very nicely with the cat. And so we took it to the pond in its little box. This is our other son, and Kip biked, and then we had hot chocolate with the little mouse, and then we put it in its new home, and it's very tuckered out from its long drive, so much so that it was sleeping, and we put it in its new home where we will visit it occasionally, although I assume it'll be out most of the time we visit. Anyway, trying to kind of navigate that, because I was really worried about Kip being like, "Oh, also thank you so much for the subscription, Megasoy. That is so good of you." Um, and so we we left the mouse there, and the plan is to visit it. And I was so worried about Kip being like, "Oh no, it's dead," or something like that. And then, on the way home, he's like, "I wonder if the ducks ate it." I was like, "What?" And he's like, the ducks. I wonder if they like went up and ate the mouse and killed it, and now it's dead. I was like, "And how does that make you feel?" And I said, "Yeah, ducks do that." I think I was like way overthinking it. And he's just like a little kid who's just like, "Yep, sometimes mice get eaten, and sometimes you find a, sleeping mouse, and it's your best friend until the ducks eat it." So that's what happened there. But a new way of kind of trying out people, which I'm excited about, because we're gonna have to do some people potentially today. A little nerve-wracking. Okay, so we have some of this to do. I just heard the water boil. I'm gonna grab that, and let's get into it here shortly. Which is the cleanest looking mug that I have. They all look pretty dirty. That's good. So my goal today is 4 illustrations, if I can. I think our book is something like 40, which means that starting, this week, I think practically we have to have everything done by Monday almost. So my goal today is 4 illustrations, and then we're just gonna have to pick up that pace. Something steep in the next couple of days. We'll have to do something like 8 a day, I think. So it's gonna be me. It's gonna be exciting. All right. Sterilized tea mug. Just swirl some water, call it good. Nobody's ever gotten botulism from tea, I hope. And now let's get into it. Just a quick refresher, if anybody's just catching up. This is a book I'm making with Keen and the National PFAS Contamination Coalition, and it is taking a little story about forever and trying to make a little book out of it. And over the last couple of days, kind of gone in some wild directions. It's tough to make a kid's book because you can't tell the story. You gotta kind of be the story. So we made it. It's really, really fun, I think, and I'm having a lot of self-doubt lately, because it's a fun story, but also it's like, is it too much? Is it too little? The words are not quite there. So you can kind of see like we're slowly getting there. And then the structure of the book is such that it will go like half. Where'd it go? That one's gone. The structure of the book will go kind of half and half. So it'll be kind of like picture, words, little picture. So we have the loose structure of the pictures, I think, so much so that I think I can illustrate this without even fully knowing what the actual words are. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is kind of jumping into a lot of that and just sort of seeing what we can pull off. And yeah, it's gonna be something. I'll put this in order. Oh, I forgot to send Jen. Oops, I lost my phone already. Okay, got to send Jen. Luckily, the critical voice in our heads is normal, so you can just tell it to shut up. Can I have you tell my head voice to shut up? Okay, let me just film a quick thing to share to Jen because I forgot. Okay, here we go. Today is illustration day, so we're gonna be turning some of this into a book. Very nervous about it, procrastinating right now, even in making this video, but if you want to come share along and share some encouragement, that would be so appreciated. We'll see. I'm going to try to get 4 pages of this book done today. Okay, send that to Jen. Jen is the producer of Trailbound Sketches and she's like a Swiss Army knife in that she does just about everything and can probably open a bottle of wine, just like Swiss Army knife, but is currently running the social media as well because oh, thank you for saying so. We're gonna get there. It's gonna be great. Okay, let's put these in order and let's pick an illustration. So we're gonna pick one of these to illustrate is what's gonna happen. So you can have some say here. Let me see. Put these in order. I don't think I want to start with the beginning. I think I kind of feel like I have to start towards the middle. I think is probably where I'm at right here, just because of how things land. And I'd like to figure out, I should probably paint the little kid and the dad first, because that is, yeah, that's going to be key. Okay, so we've got, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We got supplies, we got our book. Let's do a quick start sketch of that. And then here is, I made these last night. These are massive. This is these are interesting. So I had trail tiles, you know, little 3x3, 3.5 by 3.5 sheets of paper. I made some huge ones. They're not bigger, they're thick. So normally 25 to 30 sheets can fit in one of these. This is these 10 of these sheets fit in this one. Look how thick these are. These are just like, these are Mongo. So we got some really, really nice paper to work with, and then we're just gonna start painting away here. But they're gonna be small. I want tiny illustrations. I want something that feels detailed and, you know, that you can kind of sink into it. They'll feel sort of like this is what I'm aiming for. Something just like that. So that's the style. We got some of these. Now let's go remember how to draw humans. Yeah, we'll get there. Where is the phone? The film, A Little Story About Forever, that is kind of what I'm aiming for. And there's this scene in it. Let me see if I can pull it up here for us. There's a scene in it where I have Kip illustrated, and that's what I'm gonna try for. So let me grab it. It is gonna be called A Little Story About Forever. I'll show you the scene and I'll pause really quick. I misspelled everything. Little story. See if that shows up. Bingo. Okay. All right. Here. Wait, it's gonna start playing immediately because I don't know how to stop it, but give me one moment. Things. Okay, that's how you stop it. Okay, so now, let's see. Don't mind me, just learning technology. So yeah, this is some of the stuff that I hope to be capturing a little bit of. Nope, That's not too far, and here we go. So this is a little bit of what I'm hoping to capture, but there's this one scene where there we go. That's it. That's the one right there. So that is sort of the level of that's Kip animated. This is such a sweet scene. Let me show you this. This is so this is kind of what, like, basically Kip and I, my son, are trying to write a book, and then we get Mark Ruffalo's help, and then we actually make the book. But this is loosely what we're going for right here. Big issues, and I just wonder, how do you stay positive when it all feels so dark?
Well, I don't know if you've ever been in a dark, 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 dark night and you see someone light a candle. A long way away, you can see that candle in the darkness. And so the light is always stronger than the dark. It is scary, and it does feel overwhelming sometimes. But once you step into that, once you make one step towards the right way, others meet you. And then all of a sudden, everyone's holding a little candle in that vast, vast, endless darkness, and it's all of a sudden illuminated.
That right there, that's kind of the aim, right? It's like, as this stuff kind of gets pulled in. So so I think that I'm gonna quickly make a little sketch of that little person, which in this case is Kip. Looks like red jacket. Quick note here. We're looking at red shirt, green overalls. Hello, new week, fresh energy. It most certainly is. The painting scaries are definitely going to creep back in, because they always do. But let's see. We've got, okay, so we got our little guy, which has some, we got blonde hair and red shirt and green overalls and a little pair of boots. Okay. And then what was I wearing in this whole shenanigans? I was wearing, oh, he's got a little pocket too, little pink pocket. Okay. And then I was wearing, okay, slightly less blonde with blue buff. Let's see, blue. We're doing this fully analog, like no printers even. Okay, blue, and then red and pink and green. Oh, I should see what shoes he was wearing too. And then I'm wearing yellow. This is how fancy we're going right now. Yellow, and I was wearing kind of gray pants and brown shoes. Perfect. And then what kind of shoes was Kip wearing? Let's go find out. Nope. Bingo. Okay, he was wearing, oh yeah, kind of multicolored shoes. Great. All right, so here we have the very loose outline of what we're sketching here of our little people. But I think we start kind of towards the middle. So here's our choices. We have, as it begins, we have the start, which starts kind of by the sea with the dad, and this is actually kind of the composition, but we have the start by the sea. The dad's finishing up the little story about forever, not really letting the kid do anything. Kid's like, watch out. Dad ignores him. Sploosh, big, sea, something, knocks everything, and then they go in search of these books and these pages, and then end up finding one in like a nasty drainage pipe, which that represents the PFAS, and they realize it's kind of ruined. They're very sad. Also, the cat is going to be part of all of this as well. Speaking of which, Romey the Destroyer, hunter of mice. He's actually a terrible hunter, which is pretty funny. And then parents think they should give up. And the kid's like, no, we got to keep going. I wonder, I think maybe this is where we start. I think honestly, I feel like we start right. I think we start with this one right here. That's where we start. Yeah. So this would be, yeah, they're heading up a hill with the cats. They're going over. This is kind of the very loose one. The typewriter font looks sick. Yeah, that's my plan, is to like actually type out the book in the middle. So we'll get the paintings done, and then as we're painting, we'll kind of figure out the words piece and then just type them out. And then, yes, they go up the hill, and then they find one of the pages, but it is in a puddle of kind of the nasty gunk, and it represents sort of the landscape and the community. Like, it represents contamination is what it represents. Trying to hit that like level between just like beating somebody over the head with like a scary thing they should care about, and making something so fun that they don't realize it's got a moral. So kind of trying to be there somewhere in the middle. All right, so I think this is what we're doing. I think we're doing those 2 pages on each of these. That's 4 pages. We can get all 4 of those done. That's a day. And yeah, gosh, let's give it a go. Let's give it a try. All right. Okay. Boom. Let's make it. Make it so. Maybe I should get a big clip and stick these all together just so I don't lose them. We'll get into some of the other pages at some point too, with like the light and the dark and all that kind of fun. Maybe we should. No, let's hold off on this. Let's see. It's just Monday. We're just starting. We're just getting going. Okay, so we're gonna do these 2 right here, and the back of each of them have what we're looking at. Yep, they do. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick color study. This is something that I always preach and never practice. And that is basically doing a trial run. It's if you can't do a trial run, you shouldn't be able to do the real thing. It's like a practice. Imagine taking like a practice ski jump or something. You know, it's like if you can't do a test run on the smaller jump, you probably shouldn't do the big one. So we're going to do a little test run on both of these. I'm gonna do it with. Should I even do it with color? Yeah, I probably should. Okay, so we're gonna do it. So here's our little test run on round 1. Let me grab. Here's my supplies, and I think I'm going to use my regular kit. This is like the basic one that I use most every day. So right here, these are the colors I generally use. This is more or less everything I've ever needed. I have, obviously, some that have many more colors, but I kind of feel like I should be able to just do it with a few. I don't know. I reserve the right to change after this little test swatch. Although this one is kind of running out of a lot of them, so maybe I should use the big ones. No, let's keep it basic. All right, we're gonna use this one. I might need to go refill it really quick, so let's do that right now. Let's see, I need some purples, I need some blues, and I'm gonna need some, what else am I gonna need? I'm gonna need some cerulean blues, and I'm gonna need a bit of, I got plenty of brown. All right, let's just go refill a couple of these. These little pans technically come out, but just gonna do a little bit of this. There we are. And we're going to do a little bit of this. All watercolor starts kind of as this tubey form. If you ever get something that's like caked in a pan, it was a tube liquid at one point, and then it was put into a pan. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let's see, stay put, get back in there. And then we got some purple. And these 8 colors kind of like came to me by accident, you know, or just by lots and lots of trial and error. But every time I paint, I'm kind of just noticing what I use and what I don't. And these are often my favorites, which do, I think, correlate a lot to the Alaskan landscape. But it keeps stuff bright and fun and easy. And the less time you have to think about like what exact color I'm going to use, the more time you can just work on painting. They dart some tasty fresh paint. It is a good thing. What's your favorite colors? Just out of curiosity, like your go-to. What are you rocking? Okay, got some of that. We have a pencil. We have 0.5 pen. Maybe we'll grab an eraser if we're feeling unbold, but who knows. And now we have some paper. All right, so we have 4 sketches that we're going to do today. I'm going to do probably back on back with some of these. No, I'll do full ones. Why not? We got paper. We got paper to spend. Nope, never mind. I have 1 sheet of paper. We'll give it a go though. You love the cobalt blue for skies. Ooh, cobalt blue for skies, and green apatite genuine for greenery. Green apatite apatite. Interesting. Quinacridone rose. Oh yeah, that's a classic. I can use it with yellow to make my red. Oh, interesting. Huh. Very cool. Quinacridone gold. Who is this quinacridone fellow? Like, who names all of that? Okay. My main issue is greens. I love green, but I always find some of it so like bossy. So that's indigo. You think I know, it's like right in front of me. Ultraviolet, ultramarine violet? I guess so. French ultramarine. This is cerulean blue. That is sap green. That is my mixing yellow. That is cadmium yellow, deep hue. Oh, fun fact about toxics, by the way. So these two. Okay, this is actually kind of important. It's talking about PFAS and stuff. So this right here is cadmium yellow hue, if you look at that. So this right here is a hue, not the thing. Because if it says cadmium yellow and it doesn't say hue, that means that there's cadmium in there. Cadmium and lead are similar on like the do not eat this scale. Bad stuff, but pretty stuff. Lead is also great for making paint, apparently, and arsenic. Like there's some weird. The deadly stuff is beautiful, but this means that the hue means that this is the same stuff. You know, it's gonna act the same. It's gonna look the same. It's just not like actually have cadmium in it. Some of the artists are like more pure. Yeah, not tasty cadmium. But if you see this little symbol right here, maybe you can, maybe you can't. There you go. That little AP. That means this stuff is non-toxic. What does it actually say? It says, yeah, it says something. Anyway, the AP, that little black and white AP, that means it's like not gonna cause you cancer and do some other stuff. And it's something I've started to look for because, you know, I get stuff on my hands and I do a lot of painting and kids. So this right here is kind of a, like, things are pretty, but also it's worth getting things that aren't going to end your life sooner than they have to. And I feel like the PFAS side of things is similar to that in that it's like, people always talk about like, oh, well, but we need PFAS. You know, it's a great fire retardant, and it's really good for keeping stuff, you know, non-sticky. But there's a huge difference between like essential PFAS and non-essential PFAS. And a lot of people say there's no such thing as essential PFAS. But like the boots, like Keen made boots, and they made them without PFAS, and then everybody else who had PFAS in their boots or coats or rain jackets and all of that was like, you can't take this stuff out. Like there's no, all of our stuff will now be on rainproof. Like, yeah, it's like taking out egg from an omelet. You're not going to have anything left anymore. It's not going to be effective. But then Keen did it, and then all of a sudden they had nice waterproof boots with a different subject that wasn't PFAS, and nobody else had an excuse. And I think that's kind of what is cool about both this book and also like examples of little actions is it doesn't take somebody doing something huge. All it takes is one person or one company or one organization, one community to say like, no, I don't want that. And then all of a sudden everybody else, like all the excuses vanish. And that's kind of like, to me, that's what action is nowadays. So I hope we kind of hit that in the book a tiny bit. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But it's like, that's what's so powerful about individuals. It's not that it's like individuals can take on like the big, David and Goliath stuff. It's like, not really, but individuals can change what people think is okay. And it just takes one of them, just one person to prove it. And then all of a sudden the dam will break. But it's also the same with painting and all the rest. Like, you just need to convince yourself or show yourself if you can just do one of these, if you can do one thing, then all of a sudden all the rest don't have an excuse anymore. But until you do that, it's insurmountable, absolutely terrifying. So all that to say, find the scary thing in your life, do one of it, prove that it can be done, and then watch the rest of the dominoes fall. And that's good practice, whether it's paint that you use or chemicals that are in your products or not, or in this case, pages in a book. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, Gary's. All right, so we're starting on page like 5 basically, but that's good. So we have, in this case, our trio heading up the hills away from the sea stacks and the ocean. We'll put a little sea stack here, I think. And they're heading up the hills. We'll put the cat crawling up like this. We'll put Kippo crawling up like this. And, oh, sorry. It's not going to focus well, is it? Let me just put that right there. And then we're going to put the dad somewhere like here. And let's make a nice big sea stack then. Something like that. Okay. And it's kind of nice too to do one of these beforehand because you can really kind of flush out like everything that you need to. The other thing too is like, don't make it precious. Like you probably have to redo the first page, and that's okay. That's something that you should kind of expect. All right, so we'll have all of those. Our characters will be relatively dark comparatively. And let's put, I don't know, maybe a cross section of down here. Let's put some maybe roots going down. Maybe we bury some stuff. My hope is that these are just really, really, really fun, just really fun things to look through. Like I want this, that Kip and the rest would just be like, just see it and be like, oh, right, look at it for days and days and days. All right, so we'll have this, we'll have a sea stack in the background, whatever sea stacks look like, and then this. All right, here's number 1. Here's number 2. We're gonna do 2 of these at a time, I think. I think we'll do a double. Does that sound good? Yeah, I think we're gonna do a double. We'll do 2 at a time, and that's because as one dries, we'll be able to work on the other one. Maybe we'll do 3 at a time, but we'll at least we'll sketch out 3, and then we'll see how we feel about it. All right, so we have them kind of coming up now. So we'll have dad. And I say the dad instead of like me or Kip. I mean, I say me or Kip all the time, but like I'm saying these things like because I want them to be generic, like the parent. Let's see, they'll be looking like this. So what does that look like? So that's an arm here, looking out, just checking, seeing what's going on, and Um, film premieres. That's curious. That's a curious thought. Let me. Okay, so the dad's up here, and then Kip is helping the cat. I'm sure there's like all these rules about composition and like, oh right, you want them like stacked like this or something like that. I'm sure those all exist, but in a lot of ways for me it's just like what feels good. So the cat being helped up. Right there. And we're going to be going from left to right. So we're always going to be kind of scooting this way, like this, if we can. And then eventually we'll kind of switch and we'll go backwards to the other way. What number pencil is that? That's a good question. This is one of the little what are they called? They're called width. Where's width? Width. Nope. Where'd you go? Oh, sorry, covered up the logo. Width. Anyway, they're great. They make all of these really cool this stuff. This is what I use. They make like all these different leads. So it's just mechanical pencil, and then I can switch it out for any of these. So right now I just have some pencil graphite in there, but I'll be able to use any of these colors for any of it. So yeah, they're awesome. They're called With, like take it with you, WITH. Very small company. It's like a dad and his kids, basically. Speaking of which. Okay, so here we go. And we'll put this right here. C-stacks over here just to flesh out the comp. Maybe a seagull or two with a page. Oh, yeah. We've definitely got to put a seagull with a page. That'd be really funny. And what else would it be? Yeah, maybe some clouds on the horizon because the storm is a coming. There we go. So there's clouds on the horizon. Okay. So here's thing number 2. Is that enough? Should we just do a double? Let's just do a double. Let's start with a double. I think we can get 2 done in like an hour and a half. I have until 11:30, I think. So let's see if we can get 2 done in an hour and a half. That would be phenomenal. Yeah, let's give it a go. You can always study photography rules for composition. Yeah, no, it's helped. Like being a filmmaker has definitely helped the artist side. Although what I'm appreciating is like the more art that I do, the more it's like, here's the rule, and then you break the rule. It's like here are the rules that you need to know, which you do, and then you learn, and then it's like, and if you want to do something really good, break all of those. But I think what you've got to do is you got to learn which rules to break. That's like the beauty of it. All right, so we have these. Oh, sorry, I totally flubbed because there's another rule. So in the process of making a little one like this, the reason you do it is because you can then quickly switch stuff out and do some more. I'll zoom in here so you can see kind of where we're at. Oh yeah, I forgot you're a filmmaker. Well, it's a different thing. Like I don't know, I would consider myself a photographer as well, but it's like it's all different hats, but I love how they all kind of connect. Like they're different hats, but they are a similar head. I don't know, there's probably an analogy there somewhere, but it's cool. Jumping into spring with breeding kippo. It's cool that that like my watercolor connects to my photography, but my photography also helps inform my watercolor, and then all of this is informed by the like life and being a dad and like all of this stuff. So I think there's some power in like the overlap of all these things. People say like, oh, to do anything you've got to like really just focus on one thing. It's like sort of, but also no, you've got to like to do something interesting, you have to bring in all these other elements, otherwise you're just one dimensional and boring. Okay, let me just send something over really quick. Slack. I'm also I work full time with Keen, so it is we're just we're navigating, they're putting together something really cool right now. So navigating all of that at once to say, any chance you have some behind the scenes stuff of the films that could support this page? Absolutely. Let me try to dig that. You know what? I never text anymore. Is that something you need this afternoon, or could I get it to you tonight? Question mark. I don't know how I did it with that dictation. Like, as a dyslexic, it's just like my voice, when I type something out, does not work in my voice. The typewriter is the most fun I've ever had typing something, but like just being able to say something, so much better. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're going to, there we go. We're going to quickly sketch some of these things out. So we have cloud. I might even do it in black and white too before I add color. So we have cloud like this, cloud like this. And this is just a pure kind of value study. This is just going to kind of show us where we stand. And then all the rest of this we'll do in color. So we got us sitting down here, C stacks will be right there. And believe it or not, the sky is actually quite high in the value side of things. High or low, whatever. The sky is dark. Skies are always darker than you expect. And I'm going to try to paint right to the edge. That's something I'm going to do that's going to be a little different. I normally kind of give myself a bit of a border. I think I'm going to try to paint directly to the edge. Sorry, something smells like it's burning. Maybe it's the hot thing. Never what you want to hear, you know? Who smells hot? No. I mean, if something is going to catch on fire, I'd prefer to be here for it, but my tea? All right, if anybody sees any like open flames or smoke, you must let me know, please. But until then, let us paint. Nice thing about watercolor, you always got something to put out a fire with if you're like desperate. Okay, we'll have a seagull here, in the clouds. Maybe the seagull should be over here. Some other pages. Actually, yeah, we'll put the seagull over there. And then we'll have a little bit here. And I can, if you want to see, this is kind of there we are. Okay, the C stacks. Of course, right there. Now, I have this really bad habit of choking on projects like this. Like, the more important something is to me, the more likely I am to try to do something new and different and then absolutely fail when it actually comes to like the actual project itself. I'm sort of a master, really. I've done it with friends' book projects. I've done it with films. I've done it with all kinds of things, really. Like I don't mean to brag, but I am really good at kind of going off the rails and doing things badly. But I am hoping that my plan is just to run through this. Like don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. Don't treat it like you get one shot. I think that's what kind of does me wrong in the past is treat this like as if this is just the first time, not the only time. I think that's going to be huge. Look suspiciously at the candle burning on my desk. Yeah, watch this, Catherine. They are they're definitely up there in like the #1 dangers to homes is like candles. I remember like renters, like they'd be like, yeah, also you can't have candles. I was like, who are you to tell me I can have handles? But open flames. Yeah, like the houses that have wood stoves are like totally fine for years and years. So we're gonna have a little bit here. Popular today. Okay. Or should I? Should I put a little border on all of these, or should I paint right to the edge? What do you think? Usually I just put a little kind of janky border on this stuff, but now I'm second guessing it. And then a little people will be dark here as well. Let me go show you some examples. And where's my little tiny book? Where's my little book at? You're not there, you're not here. Dear tiny book, where are you? Show yourself. I would like to talk. You're not my tiny book. You're not my tiny book. Away, the tiny book. You're not my tiny book. All right, if anybody sees an open flame or my tiny book, you must tell me. Well, all right. Somewhere out there's a tiny book, and it has the example of what we're trying to make, but it has been lost to time, which is a shame. Over here? No. How? It's not like I have a ton of stuff. No, actually, that's a lie. I have a ton of stuff, but like, you're not there. You're not there. Okay. It's walked out. It's walked its way out. Yeah. Wow. Aha. Okay. So here is. Try to escape. So here is kind of what we're looking at here. This is like what a test, like what the test page sort of looks like. You have the thing in the middle with the words on the edge, and then the little thing there. A lot of times I do, sorry, these are actually pretty consequential decisions. We're gonna figure this out like ASAP. The board and the binding. So I'm talking like this. So like usually I'll put a light border around just to give myself something to kind of pause at. It's just like, it's like a little thing, but it gives, like when you're doing a painting like this, it gives some credence to it. Or do I let it bleed into the side itself? Shoot, this is like actual style stuff we need to figure out. Wait a second. Okay, so like these are some sketches. You can kind of like, do I have a good example? The other example is you just leave it blank. Like you let it go to the edge if you want. I suppose I can always add the border in after the fact, and sometimes you can break them, which is really fun. So here's like a broken border where there's like part border, part not. Huh. What do you think? Here's an unbroken one. There's no border. That's always an option too, going absolutely no border. The pages will be white, probably. So there is that. Yeah. The bleeding looks nice too, or switch it up. Can you put the examples on your book again? Yeah, so here's the book. Here would be some examples. Book, the book. That just looks nice. There we go, the book. And then the examples would be like, here is a broken border. And all of this would be obviously scooted over and formatted and done nicely. So that's like a broken border. This is no border, which is also what this would look like. This would look like that because, yeah. So maybe we do broken border. Maybe that is what we do, is we just do a border, and then if we want, we can break it. Here's what no border would look like at all. Oh. Here's another example of that. Let's call Jen. I feel like Jen is a designer, has stake in this. Okay. Call Jen. Who is probably currently like checking the live, so in 10 seconds. Hello, Jen. Can I ask you a design question on live? Oh, okay. Sorry, you're not on speakerphone yet. I'm learning. Don't put people on speakerphone too much. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I love what I'm seeing here.
Isn't it? I think there's some good potential here. Any thought on the broken border versus no border versus like yeah, any thought on going on like the border side of things?
Oh, I liked the border. Oh,
Because I think like this way, this is yeah, with a border is basically no border, but like has so I think
Would the page, but would the white space of the page sort of act as a border?
the white space of the page would act as a border. So this right here would give it something to play with. And I suppose you could always crop in and cut that out. So it seems like this is the most effective one, but like do you think some of them should go like that? Because this one right here, we have clouds. So like I could just sort of stop this one loosely and still put a border here, but then kind of leave sometimes let it run wild. Or does that matter? Do I need to like keep consistent some things?
I mean, you want to have a consistent design thread or style because that contributes to the story. Like think of it as like mile markers or kind of I don't know, just kind of helps guide the story, like those little design elements. I think I kind of like what I'm seeing in the chat with like a balance of like
Oh yeah,
border, broken border.
border, broken border. Yeah, and I guess that
I
makes
have to
sense. Like we
say,
could
like,
start with a border and then break it
gosh,
too afterwards. But like I do. Oh, I already lost my mock-up. But like the this, it's like this
like
one.
that layout. I don't know. Oh, so there's a little bit of a delay. So if we are in sync, folks, there's just a tiny delay from what I'm seeing on the screen and what I'm hearing
Perfect.
on the phone.
Also,
Um,
Eve is call.
that is. Oh,
I'll,
hi. Oh, Collie.
I'll call her. I'll call her right
Okay.
back. I'll call her right back.
Okay. So
But
just so the chat knows, this is pretty normal.
I know. Well, this is life with. Here, can I call you right back, Jen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just gotta go make sure Eve is good. She might be off on a walk and letting me know where things are with moose and bears and things. It's key to usually. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You're on live. Just so
Oh, I thought you were coming in before you went live.
I was, and then I didn't get things done fast enough, and then kind of rushed into it.
Sorry, I'm just letting you know we are off for our daily outing. We're going to the airplane museum.
Oh, great choice.
Because the regular museum, excuse me, is closed on Monday.
Shame on them.
Yeah, I know. Shame on them.
Well,
We're meeting Quinn and Hugo and Oscar.
oh, great. Tell them I'm sorry I couldn't make it there for Magic Night.
When is Magic Night?
Oh, they had one this Friday, but things were kind of wild, so did not go.
You should have asked. You totally could have gone there.
No, that was the crazy day. So, and the family dinner.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You could have gone after family dinner.
Yeah, no, it was okay. Anyway,
I prioritize magic.
that's
I
right.
want it to be known and put down in the written record.
Put it down in the annals.
Yes. But I prioritize. Ooh, they beat me there.
Oh, they're fast. Okay, well, I might get back to illustrating here, but I will. I might be in for lunch. I might have to take that Keen meeting.
Okay. All right. We will see you when we see you.
All right, see you soon. Have fun at the Airplane Museum.
Thank you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, there's Eve. Airplane Museum is so cool, by the way. It's like very Alaskan. Okay. Oh, that was. Hello. Sorry, called right back. That was no, that was habit. That was like the equivalent of my hands knowing the path.
Oh,
Okay, bye.
okay, bye.
Okay. Do you remember back in the day, like when you would have like people's numbers memorized and you wouldn't like type up their name, you would just type up their number because you like remember that? I still remember those numbers. I don't remember like current ones. Hello. Okay, we're all set.
We're, we're all set?
Oh,
Are you all
sorry.
set?
Eve and I are all set. But yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
sorry. Border versus broken border. Yeah. So you think like combination of both? Like I could have borders in some places and then still break it like with these clouds and sky. So you could kind of have a bit of both.
I think so. I'm really digging the like the trail tile on the paper with the drop shadow, and then the torn piece of paper with the typed words, and then the little like sketchy sketch at the bottom. Like that is a pretty phenomenal layout, like right there.
Yeah, I mean it's simple to do considering like it's what actually is there. No filter needed. Um, yeah, okay, cool. Well then let's plan on that, and I'm gonna start penning in the first page then. Not the first page. I'm gonna start penning in the fifth page, but like sometimes you got to start with the fifth page and then move your way onto the first.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome. Bye,
Let
friends.
see ya. Okay, let the fun begin. So this is why it's great to have like designers on call, you know? And of course, all of you. Yeah, sorry. So to read, could you use both? Seems like the border may work better with some and not for others. I like that you put the template on the page and the shadow looks really cool on the border. Very true. Broken borders. I'm partial to the border and broken borders of any particular effect. No borders or broken borders allow you to play with the text. Mm-hmm. And by Jen. Jen is also, so if you see any of the Trailbound sketches on Discord or on the chat, that's usually Jen, especially if I am here not typing. But Jen basically set up this whole community. Okay, so we have this one. I think I've lost the other for some reason. Did I? That was fast. But I think we're close. Let me see. There we are. There's this one right here. So let's start. This is from my value study. So we've got the value study of this one, and then we're gonna jump on. We'll have the value study of this one, and it's kind of just to remind me like the contrast points, because with color it can be really easy to kind of jump in and kind of forget how that all works out. But this sort of helps. Okay, I'm gonna put big old C stack like this. And then we'll have these climbing up. And then we'll put little things kind of hidden in the cross section of the earth. I love when Jen makes voice appearances on the stream. It is good. Jen is also one of the few people who like will take a call. Like I think we work very well together because both of us are like external processors, and so a lot of times it's just, you know, with painting or the work we do, you can talk and sketch or talk and do things at the same time. So a lot of our work is just like I have an idea and just talk through it, which is helpful. Like sometimes that's what you need, but so many people these days are just like afraid of cold calls, which is a shame. Because like, do you remember back in the day when you just like call somebody? You'd be like, oh hey, I wonder if they're free, and you wouldn't text, you just call them, and then they're like, mom would be there, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I'll go like get them, and then, you know, or like, no, I'm sorry, can I take a message? Or you would take people's messages. Oh my gosh, answering phones, it is a skill. Like no one would answer somebody else's phone these days, but I think it's fun. All right, so we have our two sketches. There's our contrast. There's our color. Let's go make some people. It's gonna happen. Tea first. Nope, still boiling. Oh, I love Yeti, but like their stuff is too hot. Like in the dead of winter, it's great, but I gotta like remember to pull it down a notch. Okay, so I'm gonna be using this. So just for a sense of scale, I'm committing to some stupid thick paper here. This is some crazy stuff. Look at this. So that is the difference. Oh, maybe you can see it. Now, okay, here's another stylistic difference. So this is some nice thick stuff. I usually use hot press for stuff that I scan, because if you scan, if you scan something like this, it's lovely, but it has the grain and the shadows. This is cold press. The shadows kind of pick up and can affect things, which can be a little bit of an issue sometimes. So a lot of times what I'll use is hot press, which doesn't have any grain really that's visible, and it makes for a better scan. It can be good, it can be bad. There's definitely pros and cons to either, but yeah, so that's why I'm using some real thick hot press here, just because that way we won't have to deal with too much of that side on the other side. So here you go. See, you can see, and hot press kind of gives you some more interesting bloom sometimes. Paint stuff, it's get into the weeds. Okay, so with that, let's get into it. And I need a C stack. What's a C stack gonna look like? Let's just make it up. It'll be fun. Okay, so I'm gonna start with I think I'm gonna start with border. Yeah, I guess we could. Let's start with border. This is just pencil. Also, fun fact, this is the first page we've illustrated together. How cool is this? Let it begin. We're doing it. We're doing it. So I'm going to start with some pencil here, and we're just going to kind of work our way down and just kind of give a little bit of a border. Now, I say this is the first page. Also, this doesn't have to be the actual page. I'm going to remind myself that right now, of like, this doesn't have to be the page that actually exists in the book. This is going to be redone. Maybe it won't, but if you've ever like been part of those, like a ski competition or something where you're like, oh yeah, this one's a throwaway. Those are usually the ones that turn out well. So my plan is all of these are throwaways, and we'll kind of see. We'll see how that goes. Sorry, it is so much binging. Let me just silence the phone here. Put that on do not disturb. Okay, and here we go. So we're gonna have our cat right here. I'm just gonna kind of shape out stuff a little bit. So put the cat down here. Tail. We're gonna put Kip right here. Gotta remember how big he is. Big head, tiny body. It's just his life. And we're gonna put, let's see, he'll be going up. Maybe kind of reaching down. Maybe looking back. Yep, and then the dad is just charging on because he's like, I gotta find these pages, and there's no time for anything because adult problems, Holding the book in this hand. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of our loose breakdown, and then up here we have a little C stack and some stormy clouds blowing in. And we'll kind of run those off the edge of the page because we've talked about all of that. And we'll put another cloud kind of behind like that. Okay, there we go. So that is essentially where we're going with this one. And let's pen it in, I think. Give me strength. Maybe I should sketch out our little people a bit better here. Scoot this over here so I can slouch. What does a cat look like? Cats look like this. Ears. Face. Have him striding forward, little cat way they do. And tail is going out. Paw. And then back paw. There we go. There's the cat. Kips. Hair. Kind of up like this. And arms are going to be kind of like this. I want it to be imperfect. I want it to be small. Because I find that to be just some of the most relatable kind of style. And I also find that like if you paint the people first, then you can kind of fit the background to them. So I'll actually start with these people and then fit the background to them. The dad. Should I give the dad hair or a hat? I'm going to give the dad a hat because I wear a hat. And I don't want to draw too much hair. You got to find the corners where you can, then you got to cut them. Okay, a little bit here. Walking up. And holding what's left of the book. Or maybe, do you think all the pages are gone? No, there's like one, they'll have one page left. And then okay, pair of boots on. Okay. Holy cow, we're starting with 3 figures. I mean, there's gonna be 3 figures for most of it, but woo. Is this freaking everybody else out as much as it is me, or is it just it's just as riveting? All right, so here we have our little people, as you can see. Ta-da. Very exciting, very nuanced. And let's just start filling in that cat, maybe. Let's see. So we're gonna try to get 2 of these done in like an hour. How's that sound? Time, I feel like, really helps actually get stuff started as well. Just because, like, otherwise you can and will work on stuff forever. All right. Now's when I really need like the jazz music of Liz and I Paint Burbs or something. Just get into the concentration. Also, I think I figured out what the smell is. My little generator thing has a fan, and it's John. Oh, welcome, Tina. We are illustrating today. We're doing it. Here we have page 5. We haven't done 1 through 4, but we're on page 5 now, so that's something very exciting. And we're just gonna kind of jump into it and see where we go with it. But I keep on trying to tell myself, like, this is not the be all end all. We're just kind of sketching out just sort of the start. All right, there's one of these, there's a shoe, and then we have the dad who is charging up this mountain. But we figured out our border situation, we figured out like the layout, and now hopefully we're gonna figure out what it feels like to have finished one of these in just under an hour. My goal is, like, if I can do 5 of these or 4 of these a day, today, 2 days, sorry, 4 of these today, and then I might have to just ramp that up to like 8 or 9 a day for the next week or so. But we're gonna see how it goes. Okay, a little page right here. There we are. And yeah, when you kind of the real, I mean, we're talking just very, very, very loose sketches, but it does the trick. Maybe if I can crank this up a little bit, you can see a bit more. There you are. Okay, and then we'll put hat on the dad. The outlining is always the toughest part for me. It's, you know, it like drawing is always the hardest thing for people, I think, which is tough because like that's what you start with. So I think what's kind of difficult is like there's this barrier to entry of painting that is like, oh, you got to do the thing that like even professional artists are like, oh, that's brutal and I don't want to do it. Like that's so hard. But I do think that it's a good thing to practice because of that. Okay, and down here I'm now putting like buoys and little pieces of trash and water bottles and stuff like that. A water bottle down here. Just to kind of show some of the trash. The idea is to kind of layer this with like lots of loose ends. Kind of hide them all in there. And we'll put a bit right there. Okay, and then our plants will put little roots. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, it is Liz. Speaking of which, co-work these days, see what you're doing. Great. Oh man, hey, thanks, Liz. Wow. Speak of the devil, and they shall join your Twitch, but not the devil. Sorry, speak of the Liz. I just sent a package over your way, by the way, with some trail tiles in it, because I thought you'd get a kick out of them. But we're doing it. So did a couple little color studies today, just with the test is do 4 of these today. So it's it is me, the devil, Liz. The plan is to do 4 of these right now, and then the book is gonna look like this. So it's literally just gonna be like trail tiles sort of on a page with the typewriter text down here. But these are this is the 2 pages that we're working on right now, is kind of doing, I gotta see, this is like them heading up, and then we don't have the text necessarily fully figured out, but it's gonna get there. It's gonna get there, and then probably after the illustrations. So I think the plan is to basically do the illustrations first, and then once we have that, then we'll do the text. So haven't technically started painting yet because we're still outlining. But once we get there, we're gonna do painting, and I think we need to do 4 of these a day, and then tomorrow we need to bump that up to like 8 to 10 a day. But it's good. It's good. It's gonna be good. All right. All part of the process. It is. And look, oh yeah. Well, yeah. So he'll look back for Charlemagne, and then on the next frame, we'll have him kind of pulling him over the hill. Now C stack. So I'm gonna put a C stack kind of like this. And let's make it fun. Let's do like one of the little ones that kind of goes down, and then there's like a second C stack. I always like those ones the best. There we go. The clouds I'm not going to outline in because I want those kind of sketched out. But I will put some little bit of cross hatching in here just to kind of get a loose yeah, just kind of some loose texture. There we are. And then let's put a little bit of a border right here just to get something moving, and we'll break it. Right? You gotta have these, like, you gotta have rules to break rules. So start with rules and then you break them. So our rule is going to be technically stuff is loosely bordered up, and then we'll break that by having some things kind of break through. There we are. Okay, so part border, part not. Also, how did the gay chickadee go, by the way, Liz? I absolutely love the colors you're using in those, and I hope the fundraiser was smashing. Okay. Gosh, we just jump in. I could outline the second one, but I kind of feel like we should just start it, you know? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so I'm just gonna loosely erase our clouds. So gentle. Oh wait, I've got a nice eraser. What am I doing with this one? Let's use some rubber because it doesn't make microplastics. It makes micro rubbers. Here we go. A little bit in here. And here we are. All right. Oh boy, this is the first brush stroke. Gay chickadees turned out so cute. Amazing. I love it. I also love how universal birds are. Like of course that would be an amazing fundraiser, but like they're good for kind of anything. They are the coolest. All right. Okay, here we go. So let's jump in. Let's do those clouds first. Because let's just scoot this over here. Because everything kind of goes around them. So clouds are relatively simple. What you're gonna do is you're gonna kind of start with kind of a line straight across, something like this. It can be light-ish too, depending on kind of how much darkness you want. And the clouds, we're gonna make the clouds worse and worse. So they're gonna start kind of like, fluffy and nice, and then as the story progresses and gets scarier and scarier, like the clouds, the darkness, it's all gonna pick up. Old trope, but it works. They use it in stories because it's effective. It's provocative. Okay, a little bit here. Now we're just gonna add water and kind of pull it up. The trick with clouds is kind of using negative space. I say this as if I know. I don't know. I'm still learning a lot about watercolor clouds myself, but from everything I've seen, there's relatively simple. The simpler and easier you kind of get. Here we are, and then we're just gonna put a little bit of water, and we're gonna let that dry almost all the way. So we're just gonna leave that alone. While it's there, we're gonna just jump in and do the bottom half here. We're just gonna be kind of some nice blues. Put all that paint in earlier, so it's really gonna kind of come in strong just because of that. And we're gonna put in some nice blues and just kind of, there we go, scoot that there so you can kind of actually see. We're going to really just sort of add in this sort of shimmery sea-ness. Now this is the Mediterranean. The sea is rarely actually like blue, but we're gonna make it light because we have our handy dandy, which I've already lost. We have our handy dandy kind of color side of things. So we now know that it's like, right, this is kind of what we're looking at here. Is we don't need it too dark. We kind of need it a little bit lighter. And if anybody has any questions about the process too, like I'm really good at just talking to myself while I do art, usually to kind of hype myself up because it's scary stuff. But if there's anything I can explain more of or kind of what I'm doing, just let me know because it's fun stuff, but it's also kind of scary stuff. And whatever I can help you do to kind of get to that first step would be lovely. Okay, removing. And I'm gonna try to get some blooms, which is when you get this really cool kind of the flowy texture. You can kind of see a little bit like, let's see, I'll keep that there. You can kind of see a little bit like, zoop. Pardon me as I do my fancy new setup. Look at all these cameras. I want to get this kind of close up, these kind of cool little close-up-y things because it's just watercolor is so wonderful close up. But what's so fun to me in particular is like those little textures. That's why I'm actually going to work small, and then maybe one day we'll even blow it up a little bit bigger. But we're going to start with just a little bit of that there. Okay. There we go. That's plenty. Less is more, especially with watercolor. Also going to be adding a little bit of some trash. And I'm going to put those in right now just because it will allow us to kind of paint around and through. So I'll have like my buoy, I'll make yellow or something. So here's some yellow. We'll put that on this buoy right here. And then the rest of it will be nice and dark. But we'll just kind of add those. And you can be super loose too with this stuff. Like at this point, it's totally fine if you're just, you don't have to make it anything more than just like approximately in the same space. Very simple, very easy. There we go. That might have been too much. There we are. Okay. Now back up to the sky, because there, let me see if I can just switch this up here. If I go like this, what's going to happen? Function? Conjunction, junction. Touch function. Oh, I can't. Let me see. Nope. That's all right. Okay. So up here, now let's get into our sky. So the sky, we put in kind of like our little bit of like sort of half sketched out stuff. But then when we go for the full sky, the actual sky is what's going to bring the clouds to life. This is what is the coolest part here. So you add a little bit of blue and you just carve out your sky. So here, look, everything is cloud at this point, and now only that is cloud. So it is this little line of the sky, which you kind of have to do all at once. You don't want any break in your watercolor. Is this a line in sky that is going to make the rest of it? And you can still break this line, but it is simple and easy and quick to kind of make a sky. And it kind of has to be, because if you go too far in the other direction where you like work it, it kind of falls apart. Okay, a little bit there. And you can see I'm going to kind of let it kind of fade into this bit of sky here, and that's because I just did it by accident. That's what we're going to get. But you can also add a little bit down here in the bottom. That's a nice thing to do. So here we go, a little bit down here, because this clouds, unless you're like high up in the mountains, are never going to kind of fully touch the ground. They're always going to be a little bit off. So you're going to want to add that in now, if you are also painting the exact same book that I am. Sorry, it's not really a tutorial, is it? Could be. Could all paint the same book. Could be kind of fun. All right, there we go. Cool. Wow, look at that. We're doing it. We're doing it. So that goes there. And now we're going to kind of have to wait for a lot of this to dry. This is sort of the beauty and the terrible part about this, is we're going to have to wait for a lot of it. I might break one of these clouds a little bit. Let's see. Let's bring this in, see if we can introduce these two. Oh, that'll do just fine. Okay, so now we're going to wait for this one, and while we're waiting for this one, this is why you do two at once. So here's the first, now here is the second. We're going to be doing this one now. So now we're just going to scoot you off to the side and move over to this one. So same deal. Penning it in, penciling it in, coloring it in. And then hopefully we get two shortly. Watercolor is absolutely a sport of momentum. It is like, once you're on a roll, this stuff takes you so little time, which is embarrassing when it comes to actually like commissions and stuff, because some of the best stuff I've ever made, like we're talking very, 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 very short amounts of time. But then some of the worst stuff I've made took forever because I was kind of like either working on it or like, so you really can't kind of do watercolor by the hour. It's definitely one of those things where it's kind of like you're paying for the whole experience, because yeah, the better you get, the faster you become. But it just, the way you do that is very slow. It's such a paradox. Okay, so here we have the dad checking out pages. I don't know why he's shading his head, because we just gave him a hat, but that's what it is going to be now. And I'm going to put him right on the edge. We'll have Kip down here. And he's going to be grabbing the cat, because he does care about the cat. He and the cat have a weird relationship, but they do care about each other, sort of. The cat might not care about Kip too much. The cat is a bit of a menace. Sorry, Kip is it. They're both menaces. They're menaces. They're frenemies. They're good frenemies. I think it's sort of like the cat who thought he was, you know, the infant of the house. Then like Kip came along, and now he, you know, will never forgive him. But it's good for him. All right, so here we go. And he is going to be helping the cat up, who's going to have one paw here, one paw here and some ears. There you go. You can do it, cat. And then we have our ocean, like that. And then that same C stack. Let's put this one up here. So we got kind of like that C stack in the back. And now the clouds are a little bit higher because we are higher up as well. Maybe I'll make that a bit bigger. All right, let's come in. There we go. Let's come in. And continuity and all of that. So this is what it looks like, by the way. The process is just, you just kind of keep on moving. You just keep on sketching, keep on cruising. It's gonna look bad until it looks really good. So this kind of stuff, like this is where in the past I'd have freaked out a little bit and tried to kind of fix it, but now I'm learning, you know, right, you've only done the light stuff. We got to get to the dark stuff. Like that is just where we're at. So we've got the dad holding the page. Yeah, sort of like this maybe. Okay, so here's just kind of like the looser one, and then you get to fill it in. And I think what I need to do is just make Kip way smaller, because I forget like what a tiny tot he is. He's just such a small dude. There we go. We'll just give him less legs. And help out that cat. That is a well-loved watercolor palette. It is definitely, yeah, it is seen its use. This is called Art Toolkit. They make really nice stuff. This is what a new one looks like. And I'll switch over here. This is what a new one looks like there. It's a cool technique. So what you do is like all of these are magnetic. So you could technically, you know, fill this little thing and then you could just magnet it right back in. You can scoot them around. Theoretically, I am such a raccoon of a painter that mine has been permanently glued together with paint. So in order to like move anything around, I need to soak the entire thing. But I just kind of keep on filling and refilling and refilling, and it's great. The size is amazing too. So that's been huge. But it's funny, like the more I paint, the less precious I get about any of it. It's like, well, that's good. That'll work. But the most important thing is that you have something that you would bring with you anywhere. Like that is what really counts when it comes to painting, is just, I think, access. Same with camera equipment too. You know, everybody, like I used to film with like these really expensive cameras, and I thought like that's what the big fancy people film with. So if I have one of these, then I can film with it. But I never took the thing out of the car, because you don't take a $15,000 camera out of the car. Like, what do you know, that's your whole life. And so then I switched that out and sold it, and you know, now I film with the $1,000 cameras, which I, you know, when I was filming a lot, would break one of a year, but still, you can do that for 15 years before you run out of that. Same, I used a shimmer glitter paint one day, and now all of my pans are slightly shimmering paints. Yep. Oh my gosh. Glitter never goes away. It's kind of beautiful though. That's kind of a fun little trace to leave, you know, in your life. Okay, so we have this, and then we'll have some clouds down there. And let's see, should we put kind of a path maybe? Yeah, let's put a little bit of a path. That kind of gives us a good segue into the next page. Okay, so there's that. Now let's pen that thing in, and then we'll paint it in. By the time we paint this in, then our next one will be dry. So that's kind of like the one to the other, to the other, to the other. It's slow, but it's, with watercolor, it is about the efficiencies, and kind of using 2 sheets of paper I find being the, you know, one of the most effective ways to do it. I'm not the best of people, but I'm not gonna hide that. That's fine. I think it could be relatable, if anything. Like, a lot of people aren't great at sketching people. So I'm learning to love that it's okay. Okay, I got the boots. Oh yeah, that's right. Everybody's here. Hello, BDC. Welcome. Come to Maui. Absolutely. Sold. That was an easy question. Actually, I need to at some point. My grandma made all these sketches of Maui. So she's the one who inspired me to do all of this. I'd grab her sketchbooks out if I wasn't trying to finish these two in the next hour. I'll grab them maybe afterwards. But she left behind all these amazing sketches from all over the world, including Hawaii. And my goal is to go find and re-sketch where she was in the same place, the same materials 30, 40, 50, 60 years later, as a way to reconnect with her, because there's all these questions I wish I could have asked when she was alive. And yeah, we'll see. She did leave a bunch in Hawaii, which would be amazing. Actually, this really funny experience. So, funny story. I was going to tell the Trailbound producer Jen, and then things got away from us this morning. But I picked up a swing set yesterday. So we were looking for a swing set on Craigslist, because that's where you look for swing sets when you have children. And we go and pick up the swing set, and they didn't ask anything for it. They just said they wanted to make sure it went to a good home, because they were just bought a house, and I think had a swing set and some other stuff in the back, but which is super sweet of them. But while we're there, I brought a print just as a little thank you, and I brought it in, and the guy's like, "Hey, oh my gosh, my wife is gonna be thrilled," and she steps out, and she's like, "Oh, I know you." From Trailbound Sketches, and this happens. Anchorage is a very small place. There's not too many artists, so a lot of times people are like, "Oh, cool, I'm an artist too." And I asked, "Oh, you're an artist?" She said, "No, I just know you from your grandmother's sketches and following that journey, and what a cool thing that is." But it was like such a cool moment to have somebody know that story, who's not a painter, and like I think that to me is just such a, I don't know, that's so neat to be able to share that, because I feel like so many people have a grandparent who left something behind, and there's like these cool ways to connect with them. And I'm lucky that my grandmother left, taught me to paint, but then also left behind all these amazing sketches. But I think it's fun to think of too, of like if you were that grandparent, what are you going to leave behind? Whether or not you have kids or, some other young people in your life, what's the thing that you're going to leave behind that'll become a treasure hunt for them? Slides, photos, like a deep, deep love of, I don't know, hot dish, whatever it is. Okay, and then the cat will have one paw up, and then the other paw up, and put one ear, 2 ears. There we go. Put a little bit of that there. Okay, and this one right here, we're going to put a seagull flying away with one of the pages, because that'll be hilarious. And we'll probably put that in post, what do we call it? Post cloud. That's what they're called. What are those big things? Big white things in the sky. Okay, there we go. And all right. There's round 2. We're moving now. I'm not going to worry too much about like erasing everything. I'm going to erase most of like the cloud pieces, because I kind of want those to be relatively there. But I kind of love how pencil kind of adds a little bit of texture, a little bit of grit, some character to a sketch. It's so fun that way. All right, there we are. Ta-da! Okay. Speaking of which, though, if you were to write a book, what would your topic be? That's the other thing that's really got my mind just kind of spinning lately. Like, you got to make a children's book. What are you making it of? It has to be something too, It's not like, oh, I don't know if I make a children's book. It's like, no, you have to make it. It's like, are you making the Warhammer children's book, or like one about pizza? Like, what is the children's book that doesn't exist that you feel like needs to be made? Your sketch totally conveys the story without words. Oh, thanks, Tina. Yeah, well, we're gonna try it that way because like we don't have the words, so they're gonna get what they're gonna get. But also, I think in painting something, that's when I kind of really feel like I understand what I'm making sometimes. So I think that can be a really nice thing for it. Okay, and let's put some mountains there because why not? All right, let's start with those mountains. And by mountains, I mean sky. And by sky, I mean clouds. So we'll kind of put some kind of moving right back through here. Put some over Kip's head, especially to break the horizon if I can. Like, not go too close to any of these things. Kind of go over them or through them if you can. Field Guide to Fantasy Animals in Adult Life. Whoa, that would be a phenomenal book. Field Guide to Fantasy Animals in Adult Life. That sounds great. Oh, welcome. Sorry. There you go. Blink at. Welcome. We are hope your stream is going great. We are currently illustrating a children's book. Which will be fascinating. We'll see how it goes. These are like the first pages, so we're just kind of getting into it. But I've been sort of jumping around it, so we'll see. I'm giving myself basically 2 weeks to do it, so we'll see how that goes. But welcome. How was your stream? What were you up to? Also painters? Or we're just coming to check out some very slow watercolor? Thank you. This is going to be fun. So the story is basically, well, it's got a little story about Forever. It's a film we made, and we're turning it into a book now. So it's about forever chemicals, but really it's about hope and action and doing something. And we actually got Mark Ruffalo to even add some dialogue, and then he said some pure magic. So now we're trying to kind of figure out a way to illustrate that too. So we don't have the words, but we have the pictures. I've been working all day on my own tarot deck. Ooh, did the 4th card today. Drew it and then did some watercolor. Amazing. Oh, tarot decks are so cool. That talk about making a painting and then adding the meaning later. That's so cool. Do you try to add like lots of details and things into a tarot deck? What's the trick in painting a tarot deck? I feel like there's got to be so much thought that goes into that. Okay, and we're just gonna add a little bit of this here. Just kind of cruising. There we go, a bit more sky. Thanks, it's been a lot of fun. That sounds cool. Is it gonna be for yourself or somebody else though? Is that like legal? Are you allowed to use your own tarot deck? It seems like that's kind of like cheating. All right, adding a little bit of this now, going deeper this guy. Probably should have made this guy a little lighter, but that's fine. That is fine. Like I said, a lot of this probably going to be redone. Okay, a little bit in there, a little bit over here. There we are. This book is going to be done theoretically in the next week, which is not the right timeline to do a book. I just want to make that very clear. This is not suggested. But it's been really, really fun. And I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off with a timeline. The main centerpiece in my cat fern. Oh, wait a second. I try to have a decent amount of clean space, but semi-detail. Oh, very cool. The main centerpiece is my cat. Oh, my cat fern. Okay, it's not like, is it like a cat? Is cat fern a type of fern, or is it your cat named Fern? We're currently painting. This is my cat Charlemagne. He's one of the main characters because of course he is. He would be whether I wanted to be or not. Didn't really get a choice in that. I'm not using the readings though. It's to explore symbolism in my own life and creative outlet. Oh, amazing. Gosh, are you gonna display it all at once though? Like, is it gonna be one big? Are you gonna like hold it all up? Decks of cards I feel like are so cool. And the history too. Like the tarot decks are amazing. Even like a regular deck of cards is a ton of history, which I just learned recently. Like let me switch this one over. Like a deck of cards, if like developed over the last 1,000 years or so, there's 52 cards and there's 52 weeks, but that's not a coincidence because there are four suits for the 4 seasons. There are 13 cards in each suit, which represent the 13 lunar months, which give you the 52 cards, which are one for each week, because that's how we basically get the amount of weeks we have based on the lunar months of the seasons. They just screwed up sort of with like the months and stuff like that. So it's like one of those really cool sides, and like the clubs mean a bunch, and yeah, it's like they all represent a ton of things within each of them. And your cat's name is Fern. Okay, gotcha. I'm making a little storybook about Garfield, the cat of Little Sand Lake, who fought off a fox. That's amazing. Who knew this is actually something dominant cats do? I mean, there's some cats whose personalities I wouldn't mess with, and I'm bigger than a fox. Been slowly putting them out in my Insta. Oh, amazing. If I was better at links, I would say everybody should go check out your Insta. Maybe you can pull that off. I am stoked to hear that. That's what a great way to kind of share them out piece by piece too. That's super inspirational. The symbolism is incredible. I'm gleaning some amazing tips by following along with you. Oh, good. In card tips or in painting tips? All right. Now, next step. So we have our little group here as they're heading up above. I'm going to add in the next layer of our trash. And basically, I'm going light to dark. So I'm just kind of going darker and darker and darker. So I'm going to add a little bit more of some darker layers, because that's going to help me kind of carve out. Kind of regretting putting fresh paint in this palette, because it's sort of a bit like painting with a waterbed, but it's going to work out. I'll put a little bit of purple on this, maybe a bit of purple on this one. And you'll see these ones come together in a really interesting way. Doing like a big, massive stuff below. There we are. Maybe a bit of blue onto this one. Scoot around our little buoy. This is all underground, sort of. There we go. Let me put a bit in there. So as you can see, based on our like little value sketch, we want these to be pretty dark. So it's okay. It's okay if we kind of silhouette them a little bit. It's gonna be totally fine. The sea stacks, however, those are pretty far away. Those are probably pretty dark in real life, but because they're so far away, we're gonna make them a bit more blue and a bit more light. That's just how far away things work. Atmospheric distillation. Oh yeah. That's just a fancy term for like there's a bunch of stuff in between you and it, which makes it more blue and more light. I'm gonna add a little bit of this here, and we're just gonna kind of scoot some down. And I'll probably add a touch of brown to kind of fade that out. But we should get some interesting texture because we're working so small. And I will say too, whether you're working on a tarot deck or you know, art, I've always been told, whether it was like at art class or things like that, like you've got to work big, because then you make big paintings, which then, you know, can sell for money. But I think there is something beautiful in that, and I think there is something, often people are scared, so they do paint small. But I think once you get kind of comfortable with it, painting small is beautiful. Like I love how those little details just kind of shine through because of it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is you paint however you want to paint. If anybody tells you to paint differently, tell them to shut up. And then actually maybe not, that's kind of rude. Maybe you tell them like, huh, why do you say that? And then tell them to shut up. Okay, there we go. A little bit of our sea stacks kind of going up there. Lovely. And let's see, then we got our little cat. Let's add some of this, just seeing if it's dry. Feels pretty dry. I will. Very impatient toddler who is done with my art shenanigans. I'll be lurking. Oh yes, I get it. Yep, we got a 3-year-old. Although I say not painting on that 3-year-old at all right now. But I get it. I'm super excited to see your tarot cards. I'm definitely gonna be looking this out. Thanks for the raid. Close, darker, further, lighter, and bluer is the best tips for landscapes, right? It's just, yeah, it's a kind of a simple, works for everything. 90% of my paintings are done small. I love it. I did the landscape series of 1 inch by 1/8 of an inch on stamps. Oh, yes, those are, wait, are you on our Discord? There's somebody who's doing stamps and they're phenomenal. Is this also you? But if not, you should definitely check out our Discord. We have some really, really, really fun people. And somebody did, actually, I'm going to show you. Let me, this is so cool. So we do little art challenges on our Discord. So if you get a chance, we have a really fun Discord. It looks like this, and you can get there. We have a newsletter, and the newsletter has the sign up link. But we have these challenges, like April we had a challenge where we're giving away a sketchbook, but also people are just having a fun. Oh, not on Discord? I get it. It's weird. It's a weird one. But let me show you here. So somebody did this whole series. They just used a little kind of perforated thing and made stamps, and then made all of these like lovely. These are all the ones for the challenge. It says day 6, day 7, day 8, but they made them as a sense. Isn't that just the cutest thing? Look at those. Oh, right? I mean, seriously. Oh, the cool. So cool. So cool. But yeah, little sketches. It's where it's at. I'm telling you. All right, so we have this. We have a couple of these. I don't think it's quite time to add those yet. Let's add the ground. We're gonna start some yellow. We might work our way into some brown. The detail is insanely great. I love small stuff too, because you can also do more of it. Like, sure, the big stuff you can kind of, get more into, like, you can make photorealistic stuff with the big stuff fast, which granted is great. It's cool, it's good. But the little stuff, you just get this level of, you can just see the artwork at a level, which I love. You can't anywhere else. It's so good. Oh my gosh, these are amazing. We're just learning to draw and do watercolors. It's been a whole thing. Yeah. That being said, you can learn a lot of watercolors really fast by doing them big. Make your mistakes big, make your finished painting small. I think that's what I'm learning is, yeah, don't make small mistakes. Make big mistakes, and then don't make small artwork or big artwork. Make little tiny ones. It's adorable. Okay, we're kind of launching into a lot of this here. I'm gonna add a little bit onto the purple realm, I think, as we go up this bank. And I might even put some browns, some deep kind of browns in there. Oops. Just add a tiny touch of this. There we go. Okay, and then the rest of this is going to be much, much, much darker, so we'll get into some of that in just a second. Technically, half an hour to finish these up. We'll see if I can pull that off. Let's see, is that, yeah, 11:30. I've got a lunch meeting, so I'll have to jump on that. Now, the reason that this is such an expedited timeline is because, so we won some money from this, actually, let me show you. We won this honkin' thing. This is the really cool award from Banff for a film, A Little Story About Forever, which was the Keen, and we won it, which is amazing. It came with 3,000 Canadian dollars in prize money, and we asked Keen if we could donate that to the National PFAS Contamination Coalition, which is what the film was about, and they said absolutely, which is super cool. And so now we're trying to figure out, like, oh, how could we do something that would be impactful but still do, raise awareness while maybe even raising money for them. So I said, what if we do a children's book? Because everybody's always asking, like, is this a children's book? And they thought that was a great idea. So we're making this, but their conference is in June. It's in less than a month. So, or just over a month. And so if I want this to be done for them in time, we have to get this done real fast. So that is what we're doing right now, and it's gonna be a lot, but I think it's gonna be worth it. And basically by the end of this week, we need to kind of hit print on something. I think we're gonna print our copies, I think, here in Alaska, and then maybe we'll even be able to open that up online at some point. We'll see kind of how that works. Or if anybody knows a publisher who's like, hey, this would be really cool. That's a neat thing too. The plan is to make a children's book that is like, that is positive and happy and good. Same here, got to make lots of mistakes to learn from them, right? I listened to the talk that said when you're learning, focus on quality, not quantity, not quality. It's the same. So smaller has to be nice for that. That is true. Yeah, and well, and with sketching too, like I do a lot of sketching outdoors and traveling, and I used to try to go big because bigger is better, right? Like, if this little one is good, this big one is going to be very good. But what happens is the big ones, you don't have time for any of the big ones, you do none of them. So you need to do the biggest thing that you could do like consistently. Like that's what matters, is not necessarily the oh, one size is better than another, and like this size, like they're all good, they're all fine. But what matters is what you can do consistently. And a lot of times for me, that's very, very, very small stuff, which is fine. All right, so we have this, we just switch over. We're just gonna keep on kind of bouncing from one to the other until we're getting close. So these feel relatively dry, the old very scientific test there. And I think I'm just gonna go right into this darker part right here. And then we're gonna add our people. Oh, should we just add, yeah, I should probably add some of these pieces. Okay, let me just put some skin tone in here. Now I have the complexion of like one of those cave fish that never sees the light of day for its entire life. So I am either pale white or red, but that can be accomplished with a little bit of watercolor. Watercolor is great for getting skin tones because you can do just layer upon layer upon layer. I think it's like oils are obviously great for portraits and things, but I think watercolor you can kind of get the light of somebody's skin. Like the oils are photorealistic, but watercolor I feel like the luminousness of somebody smiling, or the brightness. I think that's something watercolor does better than almost anybody. I can play, yes. I commend, let's see, that's commendable. Consistency is half the battle. Yeah. Oh yeah. And you've been watercoloring every day since September. Amazing. So what kind of paper size do you use? This is the question. Okay. Also, I think I just took your compliment. Sorry, this isn't commendable. What you're doing is commendable, and I also commend you on that. All right, the cat. The cat has little white socks, I believe. We'll add the cat in last. All right, let's do this. Let's do this ground here. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace of these things because we're talking maybe upwards of 60 pages. I think hopefully not. I think that's more than what I would actually need, but also the slower you go, the more, like, the first half is for making it, the second half is for making mistakes. So just don't get into the second half. Just make it. Just make it. Don't worry about it. Just do it. That's what I need to kind of lean into. Mostly 3x4s. Oh yeah, 3x4s or 2.5x3. Recently been scaling up to 4x6. Ooh, getting big. Yeah, that is actually quite, you can like, this is a 3.5x3.5. So yeah, you can fit quite a bit of detail into under 3 inches. It's pretty incredible, isn't it? Okay, we're using blue now. And you'll see we kind of have some of these little things we've added earlier, and now we're kind of outlining them out just a little bit. I might even lean into some purples and some browns, and then I'll be able to outline even further if I want. Go into some kind of indigos or some blacks. But for now, this is kind of what we're rocking. A little bit over here, a little bit over there, kind of wet on wetness. There we are. And this is one of my favorite things because like it just kind of appears, like this kind of cross section sort of appears. And this trash not only is like interesting to look at, but there's like all these elements that I'm going to kind of try to embed in the book. Like, the problem with something like PFAS is it's not a simple thing you could just make a children's book about. It's not something simple that you can like make a fix in either, which is kind of, I commend Keen for taking it out of like their whole, like they spent 6 years. And I'm not being paid to say this, by the way. This is not a sponsored stream. Keen is just great, and frankly not good at hyping themselves up. Like they are like a Patagonia level environmental company, and just what they're not is they're not very good at promoting themselves, which is awesome. Very humble, and you know, they do have marketing teams which do a great job, but like they don't brag nearly enough, so I'm gonna do some of that for them. But like, yeah, so they took the whole like product chain apart and removed PFAS from the bottom up. And you kind of have to do that because this stuff is so just, it's in everything, whether you put it there or not, because it's so kind of like sticky and it gets everywhere. And yeah, like the way water moves. So with the story, I kind of want to like show, I don't want it to feel like this is PFAS and like here it is and you can understand it. Like I want there to be open ends. I want there to be kind of pieces that are still floating in, you know, like the trash or here, like there's all these elements that it relates to. So I want the story to kind of move in that way as well. If that makes any sense. Okay, a little bit there. Oh, I like how this is coming together. Look at this contrast. Oh, nice, 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 nice. All right, so something like that. Okay. A little bit up there, a little bit over here. Now we're coming into some of these dark layers, which will make the other layers kind of stand out. Okay, and I'm just kind of blurring my eyes a little bit. And you can kind of see the contrast is starting to kind of get there. So that's good. That is what we want. All right, neat. Neat, neat, neat. All right, so we've got our little people. Let's give them just a second to dry because there's nothing like a hat bleeding into a face to like really ruin a painting. But I mean, check out where we're getting there, you know? It's gonna happen. Okay, now here we got some similar contrast that we need to kind of hit, some similar marks. So I'm gonna add what I need to. What's your background? Did you study college, university, or art, full-time gig? That is a T question, hold on. What's my background? My background. I was born. It was a dark and stormy night, 32 years ago, 33 years ago. 32 years ago. Wow. Since when did I forget my own age? Yikes. It's the start of senility, or I have enough years to count. So 30 something years ago I was born. And I traveled around a bunch. My dad's a biologist, so we lived in Ohio and Utah and where else did we go to? We went to Maine. I was born in Maine and New York and saw all these amazing spots. And then I was diagnosed with dyslexia. Skip forward, a bunch of years. Diagnosed with dyslexia in school after really kind of struggling with the reading and writing side of things. And that kind of changed everything because my grandmother, who had been really influential in, like, she's an amazing artist, and I was kind of saw her stuff and wanted to be just like her, but that kind of put the art on like a whole different level, because as everybody else got better and better at reading, I felt like I was getting worse and worse just because they were getting better and I wasn't. And that was tough, like really tough. And so watercolor kind of became my voice in a lot of ways. Like it is what I used to express myself and try to share ideas and things like that. And you can't misspell a watercolor, so it's really helpful in school when there's a like big essay and you can like kind of hide that with a bunch of paintings. Or like I remember once there's like you had to write an essay and I went to the teacher and was like, can I just make like a giant picture poster? And she's like, yeah, totally. And it was awesome. But or group projects, you'd be like, I will do the illustrations. But it meant that I just did painting after painting after painting after painting, and it was the way that I kind of expressed myself. And you guys, like, all of these are sketchbooks from just, I can see there's more over there too, and there's like a whole wall of them. So all of that kind of led me to painting all the time, and then filmmaking is similar. You can't really misspell a film, and I just want to share all these big ideas. And so eventually, went to school, went for entrepreneurship, but every project I did was art, really, when it came down to it. But it made me really excited about being able to share these big ideas, because I used to want to be a scientist and all of that. But you can do that with art in a way that like people can actually understand it. or children's books, you know, or whatever it is. And so that kind of took over. Traveled around a lot as a filmmaker. So I worked with all kinds of brands, mostly doing ultra running, filmmaking as a runner. Still am, but like I could actually take the camera to some interesting places. Oops, dipped. Yeah, we're fine. The old dip the paintbrush in the tea water thing. It's begun. It's almost noon. Makes sense. So I kind of started to capture a lot of these trail races and stuff, and then occasionally I would have to use my art in it, or I'd ask if I could, but like, you know, our permits would get pulled, and it's like, oh, well, I guess we can't film or photograph, but like we can still paint. So then I'd paint the idea or whatever it was. And piece by piece, I did more and more painting. So I wanted to kind of let people into my own brain. Like this is the way I see the world, which is in watercolor. As dyslexic, I wanted to be able to make the stories that I needed, which were ones that didn't have a lot of words or didn't have a lot of, you know, non-visual stuff. And eventually that led to me doing a ton of kind of painting in the videos, and once I'm like, those would get the awards that have huge budgets and fancy athletes, but like my painting videos would get the awards. And I was like, there's something to this. And when Keen reached out about like, hey, this is really cool, we like what you're doing, maybe you could help us tell stories, but like with the watercolor, like I didn't have to convince them. They're like, yeah, this is cool stuff, we like your aesthetic. And it was like, wow, this is amazing. So I've been doing that for almost 3 years with them. And it's been really cool because it's allowed me to kind of chase down some of the really complex topics. So we've got a couple films on our YouTube. We've got one called Footprints on Katmai, which talks about ocean plastic. We've got one called Glacier Speak, which talks about trying to find one of my grandma's sketches. And yeah, it's just been it's been a neat thing to see how watercolor can kind of bridge the divide. And then I started streaming a couple months ago or something like that after I met Maya from Alvea Sanctuary and Connor at the Jackson Wild Film Awards, and they made a compelling argument that it's like, you want to reach people and share stuff, you stream. And I was like, oh yeah, totally, this is really cool. So that's kind of what led me here. And now making paintings. My grandma's sketches too have really inspired me to want to chase those down. Like that's a project you can kind of, there's a film called Glacier Speak that you can find on YouTube, and that's what happens when you try to chase down where somebody sat 40 years ago with only a piece of paper. But it makes me really excited. She left me on 6,000 sketches from all over the world. It makes me really excited to maybe track down some more of those, you know, like it's like a treasure map on a sheet of paper. It's so cool. Oh, thank you. That also, you don't have to subscribe. I don't mean to tell you tell you my tales to but I appreciate it. Like the support means the world. It makes me really excited to be able to do more stuff like this, especially when I can take you outside. I live in Alaska, by the way. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I can't wait to be able to get some landscape paintings and bring you all with too. That's what I'm most excited about. Maybe even bring you all with as I try to track down some of my grandma's sketches. I think that would be one of the coolest things. Because basically, so her sketches, her sketchbooks, like are, you know, be like a quick sketch of, like, it'll just say Lahaina. That's it, you know? And it's like, but they're so accurate that they only line up in one place. So in order for me to find where she was, I'd find somebody who knows loosely, you know, or like Lahaina is different because, like, you know, it's so changed because of the fire. But then like the tree is still there. So somebody's like, oh, right, there's that tree, go to this tree. And then when I'm there, you know, if I'm 2 feet to the left or 2 feet to the right, the branches don't line up. So I can find like exactly where she stood, or sat. And then I can make the same sketch in the same place. And it's like a time machine. It's so cool. Okay. Yeah, it's really, really fun. Oh yeah. And yeah, our YouTube has a bit. We also have, we have a couple films touring at the Banff Mountain Film Festival right now. One where we track some of our sketches down in France. But it's also gonna be really fun to share the process of making a book and some of the cool Keen stuff. This next month is gonna be kind of crazy too. We're doing some traveling, going to paint a lot of people in Telluride. It's gonna be a time. But we have a good newsletter too. It's totally free, and we just kind of share the wildness that's going on our newsletter on trailboundsketches.com, I believe it is. But sorry, losing thoughts here. Anyway, that's me in a nutshell, I suppose. But just wait, we're gonna have to zip outside here some of these weeks. I do a lot of painting in the winter in Alaska, which is not advised. You got to use gin instead of water, because otherwise your everything melts, and so everything freezes. So the plan is this summer to kind of do a lot more outdoor streaming and have some fun with that. Mosquitoes are an issue, but we can deal with this. I got a cool new jacket. The newsletter is also where you can get invited to Discord server. Oh yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you're on Discord, and if not, that's fine too. There's lots of cool things, but I would say our Discord is the best. I'm not like a Discord person either. I think it's like ours and Claire Giordano's that I'm on, but it makes me so happy, just like that community there. Do you use edible pigments? Do you use edible pigments so you finish off the palette? Edible pigments so you finish off the palette? No edible pigments yet. Is that a thing? Should look into that. I would try it. I would try some edible pigments. Okay, now we need, let's see, some green, I think. How are we doing on time? Okay, T-minus 9 minutes. We're basically done with 2 of these. I've got a meeting in 9 minutes and lunch. Are we down to see chickens, by the way? I've been figuring out how to like change the stream so that it focuses on the chickens, which has been a hoot. The chickens love it too, because like you get like some extra tasty snacks. But if that sounds good, I'll put us back on the chicken train. All right, a little bit here, a little bit there. There we are. All right, and then because I kind of need to make this one darker, you can kind of see it by the value side of things. Oh, I mean, you can use blueberries, raspberries, grass, and dandelions. Oh, fascinating. Oh, so like actually paint the outdoors with the outdoors. That's an idea. I like that. I like that very much. That is yeah, let's do it. That sounds super fun. I think that would be a really fun stream. I'd be curious to see how the paint would be. Probably wouldn't be super fast, like what is it called? Like fast, like lasting or whatever it is. Like all the fancy art stuff is always like, this will last 200 years. Blueberries probably won't do that, but that'd also be a ton of fun. And you might even learn something too about like, oh my gosh, I love this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Or mosquitoes. I squashed a mosquito for the first time, which is a shame. It means they're coming back. But that's a good way to get a little pop of red there if they've feasted already. Light fast. Yeah, that's the one. I painted with coffee and beet juice. Yeah, there's like some artists that do that stuff. Like there's like one really, really famous artist who's used like soy sauce and coffee to paint, and their stuff is in the Met. So like it's definitely, yeah, clearly it's been done. Okay, so here we are. Here is kind of these darker tones just coming up over the hill. And now we're going to be looking for, and I'm going to add some little stuff here too. Like I'm going to put some seagulls with some pages, because basically the story is like the book, we're almost finished the book, and then all the pages get blown away and then contaminated. And then it's like, oh shoot, what do we do now? But then they all make one giant beautiful picture in the end. And it's, it's the adventure that they go on to try to find those pages that is the actual adventure that's worth doing. And that's kind of my hope, is like, don't make it about PFAS is bad and like, give all of us cancer and it's bad. Like make it about, it's cool to protect your home, that's cool. You can have a good time doing it. I'll go figure it out. Have you tried painting with coffee or tea? I mean, I've put a lot of paint in my coffee and tea, mostly tea, but yeah, I'm really good at like mixing up the jars. I've only drank the paint water once by accident, but I've done a lot of putting the brush in the paint water. That is a near daily experience. All right, there's that. Oh, this is coming together. I like it. 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 Okay, let's give Kip some hair. We're doing T-minus 5 minutes. Okay, we can do this. And let's put a little jacket on this fella. Just feeling to see what it is. Okay, a little bit there. Okay, we are cruising. We basically have 2 done, and this feels really good. Especially once we kind of like get on a roll, I think it won't be crazy to try to do 8 of these a day, which is what we're gonna need to do. Actually, we might need to do 10 or 12 of these a day, but once we get on a roll, it'll be so fast. You can only choose 3 paints in your palette to go on your favorite hike. Which 3 do you choose? Ooh, probably an indigo. Like that, you could just choose one, like indigo, just one, and that's basically everything you need for a value study. And it's prettier. I don't know. That's a good question. Have you ever done that before? I feel like that would be kind of a nice way to do it. I have narrowed it down to like 10, which is pretty good. And I don't even use that one. And I rarely even use that one. So, you know, I could probably get it down to 8 pretty happily. As you said the other day, there's an adventure in cleaning up the mess, and I love it. I wrote in a quote my little watercolor. I'm glad. I never know if my rambles make too much sense. Sometimes they make sense to me, and then sometimes, even to me, I'm like, what was I thinking? Okay, we're gonna add some pants here, and then we're close on this one. I'm gonna have to switch over to the chickens here in a second. But we're moving. We're cruising and moving. Oh, deep royal blue, not quite indigo. Ooh, monochrome. I love doing monochromatic palettes. Oh, they're the best. Do you know Claire Giordano? She's like a landscape painter, and her monochrome stuff is so good. I like always see her paintings, and it's just like, oh, the textures and everything. I'm excited to check out your stuff too. Did you say not on Discord? Do you post it many places? It'd be way cool to see more of it. Okay. A little bit of that right there. There we go. Little guy hiking up, cat hiking up, dad hiking up. Okay, and I'm gonna switch this over here. Let me think how I'm gonna do this. I can just do one of those, and don't mind me. I'm just gonna switch over to the big lens. It is raining something fierce outside, so we'll see if the chickens are even out. Is it still raining? Not too bad. All right, switching over to the big lens. We'll jump on our meeting here. All right, there's that. Here's one of these. Don't mind me. Can I reach? No, I cannot reach. Oh. The reason I'm doing this instead of just like shutting things down and then starting them back up is because I'm not always sure if I can start things back up. I'm like a salmon with technology. Like, if I've gotten there once, I can get there again, but that's it. That's it. Like, that's as far as I can go. Oh, perfect. Your Instagram. Nice. So let me just, oh, birds. Hello. Let me just scoot this over here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Okay. There are the chickens. I was thinking it's just very important to have something interesting to watch, you know? Whether it's chickens or somebody else. So we just gotta... Oh, okay. Let's see. There's that good green grass. Happy birds. Okay. Sweet. Great. We have this. Oh, they heard me. They're out. Like, what's going on? You gonna come feed us? Yeah, I'm gonna come feed you. Okay, now I just need to go grab a little one of these. How late am I? Oh shoot, I got 1 minute. I got 1 minute before the meeting. Oh! Alright. Wow, Claire's a boss. Yeah, Claire Giordano. So good at that stuff. It's like, honestly. Okay, so here's this. And then this right here connects right over to here. And this, I'm also figuring this out because in like Telluride or outside, we're going to some really cool stuff, and learning how to just like not drop the ball is gonna be key. Okay. Also not drop the ball in this meeting. Okay, now if I just click this button, yes. Oh man, we're on. We are good to go. All right, let me go put a little. Nope. I'm gonna feed the chickens. Jump on this meeting. Be right back. Sort of. I'll be back in like half an hour. I'm just gonna be them some yummy food, which they'll like. Okay, you want some of this? Ooh, the good stuff. There you are. I give it to you, yummy food. I'm just gonna clip this right there. I'll be back in like 1 second. I just need to use the bathroom and grab a quick snack, and then I'll be back to do some paintings for the record. Not just a chicken stream. Let's get back to it. Just gonna click this here. One cat. This is Charlemagne. Okay, and we're back. And we're back. Sort of. We're not really back. Let me just... The cat has decided to remove himself from the chat. Let me just click this here. Okay, and we're back. Oh, Sherry, welcome. Oh my gosh. I leave and people start subscribing. What does this say about my content? The second I'm gone. 2 subscribers. Sherry, rocks. That is so good of you. Thank you. You are not, it's not, you don't have to, but it means the world. So thank you. Okay, back from lunch. Didn't have lunch, had a meeting, but we're back. Chickens are having lunch. Let's get to it. I have some sketches to do. Let's see. Now I just need to go switch out some things. Everything working? I think everything's working. Probably. Here is Charlemagne. If you saw him. Come here. He's a good cat. How do I do this? Gotta switch this right here. Boop. This is what we're working on right now. We're adding our pictures. It looks less fancy there. Like this is, the details are more, oh, I guess that works. Like I said, these are just the start. Okay. Come on. Charlemagne, you coming in or out? The endless cat question of just like what do they actually do? Okay, we're just jumping in here. All right, you can stay out then. Just know it's gonna be cold. I'm still trying to figure out like the how to multitask thing, which as a dad, you'd think I'd like have that a little bit more dialed in, but if anything, it's like I have less brain power to actually multitask. So I do even less. But we're just gonna get back in here. We're gonna see a little, there's that. Okay, rock and roll. Point that down, and if I am fancy, I should be able to click a button and do this. Ah, yes, great. Okay. We're back in business. I also just left the whole like door open there, so now I'm very cold. Missing a little doohickey for this lens. All right, this sounds like a thing I figure out later. And I just need. Nope, not there, not there, not here, not there. And I think we're gonna have peanut butter pretzels for lunch. I think that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so here's this. So we are adding those. I love the broken border on the pages. Really works. Okay, so you feeling it? I think it's got some potential, and this does look way brighter than like in real life. It's like got a lot more texture. So let's oh, here it is. Let's get to it. Let's finish these up. The goal is 4 of these today, so be able to get 2 done relatively quick. And I think what we need to do is just kind of pick up the pace and move through them, knowing that we might have to come back and do some more of those. I'm gonna add a couple little things that I can dry while we're waiting, and then I need to go eat some food, and I think we're gonna do the classic Costco peanut butter pretzel lunch. Eat like a bachelor. Okay, so there we go. I got a little bit of this here. We're just adding the last little bits. I had to pick up the cat to make sure I got the right color for his legs, but just generic tuxedo. All right, so here we go. A little bit of that, a little bit of this, and that page is done. No, we got to put a little bit of a seagull or something in the background here because seagulls are going to steal the pages. So we'll put one here and one here. Put one of the pages like that. There we go. Hello, welcome Silas. Welcome, welcome. We have 1 page done. Ta-da! There you go. That kind of shows you. So this is kind of where we're going here. Probably could have been a little bit more loose on some of the colors, but that's all right. And now let's quickly finish up page number 2. I should really peanut butter pretzel first. Sorry, this is key. This is key stuff. The most important art supplies you can usually bring are like snacks. Like that is, you can have all the stuff in the world, but if you are not like well fed or well rested or well hydrated, you're not gonna do anything. So that's key. Looks so cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna get there. It's what I'm trying to do today. Like the biggest thing I usually can do to mess up a project is me. Like I am the biggest reason things fall apart. It's the same with running too, right? Like the thing that's gonna stop a runner is not like a broken ankle or a shin. It's the runner who's like, I need to stop. If you have a broken ankle, you should stop running, for the record. So we're doing Kirkland's Best. These are so good. I probably should get like real lunch, but not today. We are going to be doing some test runs. So my plan is to get some tea and some pretzels and then turn on the heat. It's cold spring here in Alaska. All right, tea water, check. And let's jump in. Okay, here we are. So, peanut butter pretzel time. 1 page down, free to go for today. Let's get some more heat here. Oops, what did I click there? Well, figure that out later. Trying to heat the place, clicked a button, no idea what it did. That's number 2. So you can kind of see my contrast probably needed a little bit stronger. A lot of times I'll just kind of squint my eyes, sort of see. That one's actually decent. Like if you switch over to black and white, like that would hold up. But yeah, and the meeting was good. Yeah, team meetings are always good. They're always doing a million cool things, but it's fun. It's fun to like. It's fun to get a sense of like the scope of that company. because they do so much, and it's neat to see how like the environmental sides fit in. Sorry, once again, they did not ask for any of this. I'm just doing it because they don't brag about themselves enough. Um, but it's kind of fun to like see like the different ways that they organize it. But that's beauty of probably being family owned, is you can do things the way you want to do things, which in this case is good. For some people, maybe not so good, but they do a good job. Okay, so we're gonna put some pants in here, and coming up some more wild and crazy plans, maybe for a little bit later this year, which could be really fun. So we're gonna pull some of this down. I also talked to Lauren, who might actually join me later this week, because they've got all these questions about PFAS and some of those things that she might be able to help with on the Keen front. But it is interesting. So I've worked with like lots of brands. My first work was a brand called Solomon. They make shoes and stuff, and they were great. Really nice people. Love the athletes. Big company that kind of sold out to like a big corporation, so they have their own things they need to work through on that front. But they used to be kind of tiny and cool, and I've worked with Patagonia a little bit, and I've worked with GoPro. Still do. They're great. But what's kind of fun is that Keen is one of the few companies that like wants the watercolor. And it's good practice. I know some people where like you can't, there's definitely some artists who are kind of anti working with a brand, as if like that could ruin the art or something like that. Like you can't be an artist and commercial, like do anything commercial, which I think is kind of true sometimes, but I also think there's something cool about like brands give you the opportunity to practice really cool stuff in a safe way. Obviously some people like need their full artistic process and all that jazz, but like you find the right brand, the right people, and the right trust, you can do stuff that you would not have ever thought could be done before, and that's so neat. Okay, a little bit of red in this one. We're doing those red sleeves. I bought two of this exact same outfit, so when you were making the film, because kids are kids, when inevitably stuff went haywire, that would be fine. And then of course we got to get our cat and the tuxedo cat in right there, right in black paws. He actually has kind of white paws, doesn't he? That's all right. We're just kind of filling in the basics. And like I said, might have to redo this one anyway. That's okay. There we are. Okay, we're getting there. I'm not sure if I want to add faces to anybody yet. Faces are super scary to me, so I'm not sure how close I want to get to that, but also you can always kind of scan it and then do it. So I'll probably wait until I scan stuff, so that way if I need to make something, I can always redo it. You like no faces? Okay, great. I'm sold. I mean, that's an easy convince. This is a size 8. It says this is kind of my go-to. We actually we don't sell these. We'll put them in orders when people get trail tiles. When the store is open. But yeah, it's like this is like the perfect size for me. It's like a size 8 round point. It's like big enough to do anything, small enough to do anything. Yeah, it's like the Goldilocks brush for me. No faces looks good. You are an easy crowd. I like this. I like you. This is great. Next, you're gonna tell me no color, and that's like, oh, okay. Actually, I do kind of like the black and white look of this. Just like I'm not sure if I like the black and white or just the looseness, but I think we do need color. It's just fun. All right, a little bit over here, and then we're gonna add in just a touch of that hat in just a second. Here, just so you can kind of see the detail here, which I think is so fun. Like we'll be able to, if we want, blow that up a bunch. And this, like, that's my favorite part. Is like when they're small, it's cool, and I like it because there's some detail. But when it's like what is really close. That's what I love the most, because there's something imperfect about it and it's not quite there, but you can kind of lean back and see the big picture, which I just is my favorite. It's like my favorite thing. Oh, I gotta get our little seagull with its page right in there. Those little details are what really count. We scan them on a really high DPI. Yeah, I usually use like I don't know, with in the thousands, the big ones, you know, just to make sure. It gives you some more kind of latitude, which is nice. That being said, I'm using like the same scanner I did from forever ago, and I feel like they just don't make new good scanners. I mean, I'm sure they do, but it seems like scanners and printers are one of those technologies that are just, yeah, they just made one, and you can buy a new one, but it's like still a new old one. So I've got like the same one from forever. Makes me wonder if like, would a camera just be just as accurate, but there's something so nice about like a flatbed scanner scanning stuff in. How large will the images be? The images, there's like half a gig, I want to say, maybe something like that. They're big. They're big. Oh, wait, are you talking about the scanned images or the non-scanned images? How large will the final image be? I think this is it. Yeah, I think we're gonna go like, I think we're going small, like this size, and then in the book, the actual book is gonna be a 4x6, so it's this just a tiny bit smaller, and so like that's what it'll look like. And then we'll have a little kind of pen and ink thing that kind of shows like what happens next. So this right here is in between. So say this page is the first one. Well, it does come first. The little pen and ink thing down here in the margins will be the story in between them and this. So it might be the dad crawling over and then the boy helping the little cat. And then there's this. So the pen and ink one kind of shows what's next throughout all of it. But oh my gosh, look at that. That's the start. Holy cow. I can totally see it now. Look at this. Oh, how fun. I am so excited right now. Wow. Okay, let's do 2 more. Huh. How fun is this? Pretzel time, but let's do 2 more. Rough sketches are top shelf, high class. But the photographer, the photographs, it's hard to have color stay consistent. Oh yeah, no, that's true. And then when printed, sorry, working backwards through the chat. Let me see. How did fellow image? Wow, I have strong opinions about scanning paintings and doing. I have strong opinions about scanning paintings from doing it so much. Oh yeah, no, I bet. Like I just wish there was like a button I could press and it's like, yep, here it is, perfect color. But no, never. When printed, these I think have to be printed, like I think I have to send them in a week from today, basically, to have it done on time. So yeah. Gotta make them too, I suppose. Rough sketches are top shelf, high class. They are my favorite. I love rough sketches so much. Usually require a good amount of post editing. Yeah, for the scans. It's when it's like, yeah, even here, like you're probably seeing this. Just like, no, in real life, this is so much brighter and more colorful than like what you're seeing. I don't know why you can never do it, but yeah, this will make sure it looks kind of how it feels. Looking great together. This is so fun. Oh my gosh, how fun. Okay, so we have 2 more to do. Let's do it. Actually, Kip has we have some pants we need to add here. Some overalls. Fleecy overalls. Let's get those in. All right. Fleecy little overalls right there. Gotta be added. Save that cat. There we are. And what is next? Next, so we have 1 and 2 done. Next we have, and that's our first page, actually. Holy cow, that's so cool. So we're done with this one. And then the double that goes on the back. So I'm gonna go pin this up. I made a little clothesline right here, so we're gonna pin this one up. We've now done 1. Oh, sorry. We have now done 1. Ta-da! Frame it. Ta-da! Okay, which means that we're on to the next page. What do we got here? Here's my color key for the record, in case I forget who looks like what. And I'm gonna put this one up here. This one's almost done. I gotta add one more layer. So the next time, now they are gonna come find. They're gonna find the sketch. They get up and over the edge, and they find the sketch, and it's in like a puddle of yucky stuff, and then it zooms out to show that it's like contaminated and gross. So we'll probably go this one right here. So kind of like this one into something close up, I think. Let's go sketch that out. I had a sheet of paper somewhere. Lost it already. That's okay. Let's see what I have over here. Ending. What am I sketching here? Oh, that's so funny. These are carts in the original film. Funny exit, find the call. Does that make sense? Do you ever just want to shout it out? It's fair to feel overwhelmed these days. Oh yeah, why bother? That's so funny. Yeah, these are the original cards that I actually used in planning the actual film itself. Let's put stuff on the back of it. Let's be watercolor papers. You got 2 sides. Okay, so we have this stuff now goes in. I love that color isn't. I love that the color key isn't colored. That's true. That is so true. The notes highlighted with watercolors. If it's not like if I don't color it in, I don't understand it with the watercolor. That's for me. That's like always. It's taken me a while to realize it, but like I need my notes colored in. I can make them to make them, but once I color them in is when I understand them. Okay. There we go. Blaine got 2 done. Oh wait, no, hold on. Gotta get that hat there. And then we have 2 done. Hat goes right here. There we are. All right, 2 done. Now let's add some. Let's add some sketching here. So this one, they're gonna come through. Sorry, I'll repretzel the machine. These are so good. These are like the best studio snack because they're not. They have everything in there and they're not crumbly, but also they're not gonna get residue on your hands. Like Cheez-Its, you're gonna ruin some stuff. But like this. I like one of those look smacks now with their chin. They're all like breaking their cheekbones and stuff. So they have like these weird chin things. But the trick is you just fill your cheeks with pretzels. And then you look like you have high cheekbones. And then you don't have to like do all the cosmetics. You just have pretzels in your cheeks. It's like the chipmunk look. All the cool kids are doing it. I'm telling you. Okay. So the trail is going to lead past, I don't know, something like this, but there's a puddle. Oh no, it's the wrong direction. There we go. Yeah, so there's a puddle. Squirrel DNA detected in the stream. That's the truth. There's a puddle or something like that, and there's a tube coming out of the side of a hill. And it's just kind of dumping into this puddle. some grass over there. It's just going to be leaking gross stuff into this puddle, which is then maybe going into a stream or something. And one of the pages is going to be sticking out right there. And then we'll have our little people back here being like, hey, what's going on with that? Maybe we'll put them up here actually. We'll put our horizon pretty high. We'll put them here. And the cat. And then there's a trail. Goes right past here, so it'll go kind of through here, and then here's our little puddle in our page. Maybe a tiny bridge or something that goes over. No, let's do a plank. Yeah, and like our page is now wrecked and ruined. So that'll be that one right there. Okay. So here's one. Very exciting. We moved on to throat coat tea, traditional medicinals. This is like my get through winter tea, but it feels like winter outside. It is so cold. Actually, I just turned off my heat for some reason. Let me see if I can fix that. We can't get hypothermia until the book is done. And then we can get all the hypothermia we want, but not right now. What button did I click? There we go. Hey, we're back in business. Heat is back on the menu, boys. Okay. That was a very funny Lord of the Rings reference, and I hope somebody got that. All right, that one feels good. I'm gonna put our clouds kind of up here like this. Rocks got it. Okay. Because they said meat is back in the menu, boys, and then they like ate the orc, and then but I needed heat, so I said heat's back in the menu. Basically very funny. Okay, and then this scoots around. Put some more clouds probably over there too. And then let's see. We'll have the path. Let's see, this will be a jet black coming out of this pipe as well. And actually, this stuff is like, yeah, PFAS actually is white, I believe, but we're gonna make it black and sticky because we need all of that to kind of contaminate the pages, which is gonna make it all work out. Okay, and this go like this. And this style, like doing it this way kind of helps you gauge sort of where the contrast is, which is kind of the first look of any sketch you do, is sort of in the contrast. Probably not funny if you haven't seen Heated Rivalry. Oh, is that the Canadian wolf bird on your hat? I haven't seen Heated Rivalry yet, but I heard it's amazing. But this is, yeah. Yes, maybe. Or loon. Well, I've got it for me, and it's my favorite hat. The loons are kind of scary. They're gonna be fierce little birds. Actually, not little, they're huge. Okay. I'll put this path going right by there. Speaking of which, oh my gosh, I'm talking about her. Hello, Eve.
Hello, Max.
Hello. How's the airplane museum?
It was good.
Good.
Yep. We had a snack in the observation tower.
Ooh, great choice.
Like a hefty snack. Kip and the boys ate a lot of apples and cheese, and then Kip ate big bars in the car, but he says he's still hungry. So
Okay. Well, we can help you with that.
yeah, we're driving home still.
Okay. I took a meeting during my lunch, but I'm having a lunch of peanut butter pretzels right now.
So delicious and nutritious.
Delicious and nutritious and plentiful.
Are you live then?
I am. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm also live. This is my wife Eve. Yeah, just finishing. We have two sketches down, so only like 40 more to go.
Excellent.
But it's gonna happen.
Well, Birdie is sleeping.
Okay.
Kip is. We'll see if he wants to eat a bit more food. Then he'll have quiet time when we get home. So we are cruising.
Okay, perfect. You got him? Do you need a hand, or are you all set with the double?
I think I'm all set.
Okay.
Also, we're still ways from home, so.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we got two sketches down. 2 more to go today.
Nice job.
It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're also saying hi. Yeah, so you've got me. What were you thinking when you got me this loon hat?
Kip has to pee, so we might have to stop on the way.
Oh, probably a coffee shop.
Probably not. I've had a lot of coffee today.
Okay.
Let's see. What was I thinking? I liked the corduroy. I wanted to get you a chickadee hat.
Yes. Corduroy.
But I didn't like the corduroy on it. It was like a narrow whale.
Wait, like, oh, is that a type of corduroy? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is this wide whale corduroy? That's hilarious.
Then I looked at the wide whale and I was like, oh, a loon. A loon is perfect for Max.
Why is that?
Because you're a little loony.
Ah, okay. That's what I thought. Great. Okay. Just seeking confirmation.
What's up?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck with that. And I'll see you when you go home.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Proof. She got it. Because I am loony. Okay. So here we're going to have the page will be here. We'll all be standing on the bridge, like the little plank. And part of the cat. And then here, yeah, let's see, because we can put Kip and, no, we'll put Kip and the cat on the plank, and I'll have the dad reaching down to grab the paper. We'll put those two here with the cat also there. And then the grossness will be here, little plank. And then the paper will be kind of ruined there. But okay, there we go. So that is, there we go. That's the shape. It's like being a werewolf. Let's see. Because you're Canadian wolf bird. Because you're a Canadian wolf bird. It's like being a werewolf. Okay. I mean, my whole family is Canadian, so this is appropriate. Okay, a little bit of this, or maybe I just need to see heated rivalry and actually know what exactly. All right, so we have this page is being grabbed, hand is going down to grab the page. That's gonna be mostly light, light, light in the background. And then this is dark, dark, dark. The page is there. And that's dark. Okay, I feel good enough. I think we can probably start this one. 2 more huge sheets of paper. 600 pounds. I'm making up a lot of lore there. Sometimes we need help with our own lore, you know? A little bit there, a little bit here. We have 2 down, a couple to go. Okay. So this one right here. Put this right there. That sounds about good. Camera always struggles to actually like find what is being sketched when it's this kind of white, like the paper. Okay, here is the path, which we'll put kind of over here. We'll put a plank over a little ravine. Like that, and then over here we're going to put just the scummiest water. And all of this, you can see I'm always trying to go left to right. So the journey, how these things work is you go this way, and then if you can't, like, there's just arc after arc after arc after arc. So what I'll try to kind of do is sort of stitch as many of those together as I can. Like if you can imagine, you've got like, we start here, we end here, and that's an arc, but then within it, there's like smaller arcs, and then all of these kind of help create this like really nicely woven story. That's sort of what we're aiming for on this. Okay, so towards the top, we have just a little bit of this pipe. I think I would need to make a little bit bigger. And we'll have it kind of coming out of like a culvert or something like that. Something kind of culvert-esque. But then I'll cover it with dirt and things like that too. I'll put some dirt down here. Put some grass on top of it. There we go. So that'll now look kind of nicely rough. And then it's just dumping the yuckiest stuff, because that's how a lot of PFAS ends up in the environment, is just dumped there, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's even like a thing. And it will be just going under this bridge. And then right here will be one of those pages. Kind of right in the slurry. And then over here we'll have our journeyers. We have the dad, the little kiddo, and the cat. And we'll put some big clouds or something behind there as well. All right, cool. Well, there's a start. Try to do that with my Dungeons and Dragons games. Need to bring what it's like. Yeah, lore is like definitely. I mean, it's the stories that we tell ourselves that in a lot of ways really do add up to what we do. Like it's not frivolous, and Dungeons and Dragons is amazing in that way, because it, like, D&D is more effective than a lot of therapies in a lot of places, just because it is light, like you are working through it. But I think this is one of these things too, where when it comes to something like action or, chemicals, like it is a story you tell ourselves of, oh, this thing happens because these companies always pollute and that's just what they do. Or it's like, right, we got to hold, like, that all starts with the story. Everything, action, inaction, it all starts with the story that you tell yourself. And a lot of that comes with lore. If you're from a family who's, oh yeah, we were some of the first ones and to do this or that, it's like that becomes kind of who you are. It's like picking your own destiny, kind of. Just just you kind of have a lot more control over it a lot of times. All right, and then we'll have a little bit of this coming in or out. A little bit of the nastiness. There we go, and it's just dumping into this little barrel of yuck. There we are, and let's put some more plants over here. You gotta put this in here just because it's like this is it's so innocuous. You know, you might pass something like this on the trail, but I want you to kind of think differently, you know, when and if that happens. Let's see, there are the clouds. Yeah, I'll definitely have some of those. We'll kind of, yeah, put the cloud down here. That will be the start of that. Visual storytelling is great too, because there's like so many pieces too where this kind of gets to line up just a little bit, but you get to figure it out. Like it's fun. Like a watercolor can kind of take you to these places. It's like I don't know exactly where this is going, but then as you paint it in, piece by piece, the story kind of starts to unfold in front of you. Kind of like D&D too. You're kind of role playing like but visually. Like where is this going? And then as you kind of see it happen, then it's like, oh yeah, right, cool. Let's put a pipe here, and you know, where would that go? Oh, it'd flow down here, and a little board here, and that'll inform what the next sketch is. And the next sketch is the bar for the PFAS, because that is very accurate. If so, okay, a little bit in here, over here. There we go. Put a little stone right there. Okay. At least there's like a little stone across this river. Did you come with that picture? Did you know what the picture is going to look like when you start, or does it come dynamically? Over the last 3 days, we've kind of been working on them slowly. So like, for instance, this is as far as this page has gone. So you can kind of see, maybe you can't, we'll never focus. There we go. So you can kind of see like, this is, you know, this is what I'm working from. And then from there, you know, it kind of develops based on what I've seen and experienced and known. So it is relatively organic, but even just like a napkin sketch can go so far. Like a napkin sketch can be so helpful in just, yeah, just like loosely putting together an idea, which is funny because we never even just like use the like, I feel like that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, just use the napkin. Like, what do you have to lose? Sketch down a napkin. Do as many napkin sketches as you can. Yeah, it's like that's where the best things start. Why wouldn't you? But then I'll find myself there. It's like, it probably won't happen, and then I just don't sketch down the napkin. Okay, there we are. So we have our little rivulet coming that way. Microscopic storyboards. Yeah, I mean, why bother get them bigger? You know, it's like not like anything you put on there is like necessarily gonna stay. So you may as well make them pretty microscopic at first. Make it loose, make it small, or big, but yeah, just make it. Okay, we got Kip standing right here, and then below we have our cat. Three tiny figures just hanging out. And we'll put some little cross hatching just to kind of give it some texture. All right. Okay, and then down here, there's a little rivulet of PFAS. Just kind of heading down. Down, down, down. All right, okay, cool. So we got that. Now let's do a little bit of eraser and then let's dive into it. The goal is 4 today. We're gonna start small. If we can pull off 4, that's a big day. And then tomorrow we'll see if we can kind of mass produce. So if I need these done, but yeah, how many would I need to have every single picture done by the end of this week? I would need, how many pages are there? Oh, I don't even know if we want to look that up. I think there's something close to like 40 sketches. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Actually, we can find this out. So there's 3. So these 2 pages give us 4. And then if we just go by this, it's, oh boy, I don't know if I actually want to see this. Oh, welcome. We got some raiders. Good. That'll save me from myself. I was about to look up how many pages I need to do by the end of time. But welcome. How's it going, Macha Piggy? What were you up to today? We're currently working on, I'll start it here. We're currently working on sketching a book. We have 7 days to finish a picture book, which is not the right time to do a book. I don't think you're supposed to do these in less than like, a week, but we're doing it. So here we go. But yeah, how was it? What was, you're building a row life? What is a row life? It sounds delicious. Is it food? Is it a sculpture? We're building a row life. Well, now I have to know. Also, I would love to share, Kiki's Magic Emporium. Oh, okay, yep. Please don't immediately leave, but that's the one I haven't seen. I haven't seen Kiki's Magic Emporium. That and Howl's Moving Castle. But okay, bear with me. But I think the reason that I haven't is, and yes, yeah, we're doing watercolor, and then we've already made 2. So here is page number 5. We're starting 5 in because I'm too scared to start at the start. Here's page number 5, and here's page number 6, I think. So it's a story about kind of trying to track down. Yeah, sorry, hold on, I gotta explain. Okay, so I haven't seen Kiki's Magic Delivery Service because I saw Princess Mononoke once when I was a kid, and it like changed how I thought about nature. Talking about, like, that's what we're trying to do with this book, basically. It changed how I thought about nature. So much so that I actively avoided watching it again because I was worried it wouldn't be as special as what I had just experienced, and it stuck with me so much. So I've only watched Princess Mononoke once, and it still is like lodged in my heart. And then I think I've seen Spirited Away like twice, but not more for the same reason. It's like the kind of stuff where it's like, I think I have to save this to watch it with my kids because it was so like influential in my thought process. So Kiki's Magic Delivery Service, Howl's Moving Castle, any of the Miyazaki's, like, they're so good. And watercolored too. So like, of course they're great. Everything's better with watercolor. Especially like excellent storytelling. But that's what happened. That's where I'm at. But yeah, we're using some watercolor. We are just doing some little sketches here of the story is basically we made a film called Little Story About Forever, which is actually, you want to see a little clip of it? Here, let me show you. This is you should see when Marie was there. Is that a movie? You should see when Maureen was there. Yes? Okay, here, let me show you. So we made this little film, and let me see. Technology and I are not the closest, so let's see if I can actually do it. Ooh, interesting, I can't. Can't do anything. Something touching something that's not supposed to? Aha. Okay, there we go. So we made a little film here. It's got Mark Ruffalo in it, which is extra fun. Looks like this, and it's not like anyone can fight it all, right? How do you choose what to do?
Life is full of big issues, and we're always, at some point or another, put in a position to have to maybe fight for the things that we care about. And part of that is first caring about something and loving something enough to fight for it. And that will always be part of being a human being, and that we accept that. And that's what makes us love the things we love even more.
Okay, you ready to turn that last page?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And they each found their own little light. And together, they were so bright, they lit up the whole world. Yeah, that's right. And that's something worth fighting for. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah.
Again.
And again, yep, and again and again and again and again. That's right.
Yeah, enjoy the process. And how'd you get my number anyway?
I painted.
Makes sense.
I had to wait till the very end because that's just like one of my favorite parts. But yeah, so basically that's the section we're painting in, sort of. So like we're making the book. So the film starts with like let's make a book, and then the whole process us making a book, and it falls apart and breaks apart, and then so all the pages are now scattered all over the place. This one's currently getting contaminated by PFAS, and then the story is us then going back to go get that and then put it all together. So that's the plan, at least. We're what, 2.5. This is a half, 2.5 in right now, but yeah, it's gonna be cool. And then we're gonna make the book with all the proceeds going to the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. So we'll see how it goes. I basically have to get it done in a week, otherwise we won't make it in time, which I'm questioning by the minute, but so far so good. But that's the story, at least, which has been fun. We're just gonna just having a blast. Made it with Keen, the shoe company, which is really fun. They went PFAS free a while ago and have been helping put together content like that, which has been great. But anyway, yeah, it's like yeah, Princess Mononoke, like those movies, like they're fun and you can watch them because they're just like intrinsically gorgeous, but like they make you feel something. Like they don't tell, they show, and they make you want to do something, and that's like, yeah, that's what I want to do with like a book like this, is make you want to do something, not tell you to do something, like just make you feel it because you know it. So we'll see. I think I gotta let this one dry, so I think it's time to start on the next sketch. That's kind of how I think I do a lot of these. Such an amazing, thank you. Yeah, it was a cool one. I really didn't know how to do a lot of that stuff too. So we had a call with Mark Ruffalo, and I kind of expected him just to like explain PFAS. It's what I asked him, and then he like gave this amazing story, and I was like, well, I'm gonna have to learn how to animate now. So all of that was kind of trying to step up to the moment, you know. You got this. Enjoy the process. Thank you. No, you know what? That's it. Enjoy the process. Yes, we can do this. We can do this. Okay, now this one. Oh wait, no, we're not using this. We're using the big paper. Where's my big paper? Big paper. Look at that thunk. It's like a piece of cardstock. Okay, so now we're gonna have a little kiddo right here, and the cat. The cat is currently, it might be inside now, but he makes himself known. He's very hard to kind of avoid. Okay, the kiddo and the cat. Is that too much? That might be too much. I might have to put it like here. How long have you been working on this project? We have been working on this project for about a week. So last week we typed up all the notes. I have a typewriter. Words are not my favorite, so this is like most of the pages loosely. So we have like a loose sense of kind of where everything is going. Kind of. It's all been kind of made out, sort of. Let's see if it actually focuses. Thinking about it. Anyway, it's loosely like made up. The words I don't have too strongly. I'm dyslexic. Words and I don't always play very nicely together. So that has been kind of a struggle, especially to stream that. Oh my gosh, that was like me at my lowest. Make the words to write a children's book that are both perfect, but not too much live. And so, but I think we've got a good balance. We got some amazing people who helped out a lot with that, so that was huge. And now I think we're sitting pretty. Just gotta make the illustrations. We got enough of the words to kind of know the general shape of it. So I think now it's mostly just a matter of like, I don't like where this one's going. You know what? You can flip stuff over. That's the beauty of like fancy paper. No chance like it's gonna bleed through. Yeah, it'll be good. The camera is too good. Which camera? Oh, this camera. Yeah, is this not fancy? Yeah, look at this. Ready? Hoopa, 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 hoopa. I feel very proud of myself for that one. Okay, so we'll just start like, let's see, the page is going down here. Grabbing this. Here's the body of something. Well, something, me in this case. And then here is kiddo. It's right here. He's looking at that page, like, you, gross. Maybe pointing or something. And the cat is right here. Cat isn't that much smaller than Kip. And there we go. Now, I made all of that film in my kitchen, so, you know, with my son. Cheap labor. But we have a history of kind of just like, you know, don't try to do the big stuff. You can do so much from home. So much from home. So that's kind of what we're trying to do with this too. Is like, why not make a book from home? Why not give it a try? We'll see how it goes. Okay, and this is just nice and grossed up. Yeah, something like that. I love how vibrant the colors are in the film. Thank you. Yeah, well, and for so much of what I paint, like, so normally my sketches are, like, what do I have for, where's my current sketches? Like, more normally, here's kind of a couple examples. Like, I find you can sketch stuff that is, you know, that is, like, true to life. You can use watercolors to basically do photorealistic stuff. But I find, like, in nature, like, so much of what I sketch is so much more vibrant than any photo would ever get, because like you're seeing it, you know. And sure, maybe like a photo captures exactly the colors, but like your eyes and your brain put a lot more into it. Like you can see the purple in the tones of a porcupine, but a camera might not be able to. So what I love is just being able to kind of add those little subtle hints to those things. Like this bear, you know, it's got blues and browns and all that stuff in it. I just love to be able to kind of add that vibrancy, and there's just a lot of fun. I normally do like a lot of animals and landscapes. We're kind of shifting stuff up a little bit. We're definitely kind of leaning into this one a lot, to do a whole book, but it'll be good. It'll be good. And then the long of it is like, it's, you know, it's a book about making a difference. Let's see, what would a hand look like? A hand would look like this. Let's see. Hand, reaching down, hand, thumb, fingers, other fingers, hand. I'm not good at hands, that's all right. Hand. And we'll put this kind of here. We'll definitely cut across there, put a border on it. We'll let that page break the border too. That'll be kind of nice. All right. And put all that yuck right there, and this yuck kind of drifts down. Maybe put a boot right here. What's that boot gonna look like? Okay, something like that. There we go. Hands are hard to sketch. Hands are so difficult. Hands and faces. But I found a technique. This is my favorite one. Yeah, I gotta show you this because it's just kind of cool. So I struggle with faces so much. Here's my Friday sketch. So I try to do one big panorama a week. But faces, what I've started to do, because I used to just sketch everything like this. You know, I'd sketch it out and then I'd color it in. Now I color it in and then I add sketches. So look at this. It's like not the best. This is my son who found a mouse which died but was sleeping. Back me up on this. Don't blow my cover. Anyway, here he goes. He found his mouse. So we took it to a new home where it could live. This is him and his mouse. The cat definitely killed the mouse, but like, yeah, anyway. And we went to go get the mouse. But all of this, I just add the color and then I'll add a little sketch afterwards. And it turns out okay. Like I'm pretty into it. Here's the cat. Here's the mouse. But yeah, it's kind of the reverse order. Normally I like what I'm doing here, basically make a coloring book. But I'm wondering if in the future I should just do the opposite. Okay, so boy and cat. Let's see, we're just gonna be doing cat ears, cat face, cat body, and legs. And the cat is huge. The cat is not like this enormous, but I'm going to paint the cat kind of larger than life, I think, because that's definitely his personality. We'll do it that way. Okay, he'll be looking over something, like what's going on. You, and he's got, let's see, some shoes, but they'll be covered by the bridge. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel good on that, aside from the hand, but nobody feels good on hands ever anyway, so that's fine. And let's kind of stain that up a little bit. So then all the pages get kind of mussed up, and then together they kind of like bring it all back. It'll sort itself out, probably. But let's see, when in doubt, sketch it out. Now what do you think about faces? My thought right now is no faces. Maybe a nose or two, but I don't think I'm gonna like get into any of that until later, even if I did. So I think I'm just gonna stick with it and just do no faces, and then pretend like it's that everybody can see themselves in it, and not that I'm afraid of faces. It'll be like, oh yes. No, this is so that you can see yourself as this person. But like the truth is, I'm just terrified of faces because you get like one thing wrong and it's like all ruined. Maybe I should give the cat a face. Or maybe I shouldn't on that principle. Okay, some cat legs, some cat haunch. Put a tail like this. There we go. Glad the painting first and sketch afterwards worked for you. Yeah, it was, yeah, well, because you had suggested that, right? It was really, really fascinating. Like, and there's a book that I've been experimenting with that, who was it? And somebody suggested, and it's been really, really interesting as like just the concept and what they're suggesting. I do think there's like no one right or wrong answer. I think this is the kind of stuff where it's like you just learn different techniques to use when it's ready. It's like wet on wet or something. It's like, yeah, maybe don't try that in the desert, but in a rainstorm, it's perfect. Got a little bit here, and then down here, and then yuck. And over here, put a big log. Oh, I like how this one's turning out already. Yeah, it's fun. There's so many different ways to paint. I love how you can get really good at one thing and then you just like give yourself a week and all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's like a whole different technique that you can use and it'll take you 2 years to master, but it's good. It's like watercolor's like having a sitcom that you like that has infinite seasons. Because no matter how much you watch it and get good at it, you just tweak one tiny thing and then everything is new. All of it. Which is good and terrible. Yeah, we gotta get our nice little stream or little rivulet of destruction. The most insidious thing about PFAS is that it like follows water. So that's like the most awful part of it, is that it is using the same things that bring life and it brings poisoning. Put a little flower in here too, why not? Something like this. And maybe we can like kind of go here, but then this is now smudged out. And I'm gonna add the painting later because I'm not sure what painting is this one gonna be, but it'll be kind of smudged out and you'll see. And then all together, all those paintings are gonna make that big, huge kind of picture of the world. All right, so we got this, we got this. Let's put a horizon on this, maybe right here. There we are. Yeah, something like that. Okay, now we're getting to the hand part. Oh boy. Stall. What else do I need to do? Quick, procrastinate. Switch out the microphones. Thinking about it? Yes. Does this one work? Hold. Alright, there we are. This way you can hear my deliberations in crystal clear audio as I dither. All right, so the hand is reaching like this. So I can do this. So its hand is like, I want that thing. This long finger right here. Let's take this down. And sketch this out. Gosh, it's such a relief to have 2 of these done already. I know there's like so many more, but like honestly, the relief is powerful. Palpable and powerful. Okay, so hand reaching like this, finger out, stretched, and I go back. And this will go around, and then we have a thumb. Kind of outstretched like that, and then it's one of these, one of these. There's a wrist, but we're going to cover that up with a jacket. And then kind of hide that over here. And put that right there. All right, cool. There we go. Kind of Michelangelo-esque. Aside from like, you know, the expert painter thing. There we are. And then these other little fingers are kind of what make the structure work. Ooh, that was kind of a rough looking one. I mean, it's right, but it's... Like I said, all of these can be redone. Every single one of them. It's okay if it's not perfect. There we are. Okay, Cool. That's a good start. I like where this one's going. Let's do a little erasing here in just a second, and then we'll jump into it. I'm gonna let the ink dry a little bit. I've learned that even like permanent ink, you don't erase it right off the bat. It's a great way to like smear ink. I don't know how many sketches I've like been like great, quick, and then just erased and tragic. All right, peanut butter pretzel lunch. This one, I need this to be, this could be dark. Yeah, let's see. We'll do this. We'll get this. This is concrete. So you get to be kind of like that. Oh, I should have done this differently. Oh, story of my life. I'm gonna just put some of this there. Yeah, I really should have actually, I can do best art supply out there. This stuff, honestly, is like wildly, wildly useful. Also, a lot of it has PFAS in it. Fun and horrifying fact. We wipe our butt with PFAS nearly every day, which can lead to all kinds of bad stuff. There's some toilet paper without PFAS. I would advise it. Or if you're like us, you just get whatever Costco gives you. But all toilet paper should not have PFAS in it. That should be like not a thing that you have to decide or think about. Why do we need nasty, nasty chemicals in our toilet paper? A little bit right there. There's that. We'll just add all these little details here while I'm waiting for this to dry. Culvert time. You can see I added in that blue earlier, so that kind of buys us the structure, so we don't have to add too much more, which is nice. And this, I'm going to add a few of these in just to kind of add some more puffiness to that cloud. I'm going to have the clouds kind of build as we go on, so it'll kind of start a little bit, it'll start a little bit sort of sunny, and then it will middle get super, super, super cloudy and dark and stormy, and then towards the end we'll get back to sunny, just because it's, well, you can't not, too good of an analogy. Cliche for sure, but like, I mean, wouldn't you? All right, so that goes there. I'm gonna need these to be light, so let's add these in right now. Put some grasses and a little culvert. I was gonna say too, is there anybody you'd like to hear from? I have some really interesting connections on the PFAS front. And I was feeling I should probably like call them or something. See if I can loop them in during a live stream sometime. It would be kind of interesting. So much of this, like, I know, sort of, but also, there's people who've lived experience in it and could really share some of those stories. Could be kind of interesting. So maybe I should call some of the folks from the National PFAS Contamination Coalition and see if they'd be interested or willing to share. Maybe later this week. Could be a cool opportunity. Not to like proselytize too much. Have you heard the word on PFAS? But I think art does a good job with that. Like it's the more I learn, the more it's like, right, this stuff actually matters. So maybe I should call them when this book feels like particularly rough, and then they can give us some sage advice, or perhaps just some encouragement. Okay, a little bit here. We're getting some gray into these rocks and just kind of scoot it down until we're done with this sketch. There we are. There we are. Have you heard the word on PFAS? I'm learning a lot, and I appreciate it. Oh, good. I'm glad. And if it gets too much, you can say stop, because I do think that when it comes to like big save the world things like that, people have this like habit of just doing a little too much. Obviously it matters and they care, but it's like we can only take in so much at any given time. So sometimes you gotta quit it. Okay, right on the top we'll have some more, maybe some little bits of grass, the green here. Kind of using a lot of the same palette. The beauty of using a small palette is that all the colors kind of work together. You know, it's like, oh, this green matched with that green, matched with this green. It's like, yeah, it's because there was one green. That is the reason. And I think that's kind of a nice way to do it sometimes. There we go. Okay, here's our little sludgy bunker. And let's see, we got this all. We should add, let's put some, let's not put some green there. This, yeah, I'm gonna want that to be darker, that to be the darkest. I have to head out. Best of luck with the book. Thank you so much, Anya. I so appreciate you stopping by, and I'll be doing this every day for the next week. So 9 o'clock Alaska time, which is 1 o'clock East Coast time, and I'll be just sketching away. But hey, we're like almost 3 in now, so we're moving fast. Definitely check back, because by the end of the week we should basically have a story. Oh, we should really have a story. But I appreciate the company. This really helps me. Really helps me like stick to it and stick with it. Okay, adding some little bits here. Here's the cat. All right. Let's do it. Let's do something. Let me grab one of these. Cool. Hopefully come back. Yeah, no, it'd be great. I just realized that there's like a butt shaking capybara. That is the best emoji I've ever seen. Wow. Thank you for that. That is the encouragement that I needed. Thank you, Onion Ducky. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly take a time lapse, I think. Sometimes seeing the process helps me a lot too. Like, this is, you know, this is what we're doing. This is how it works. Okay, so let me just tape this down and let's do a little time lapse of this. Knock everything down first. Trying to get some stuff going for the summer too. I was thinking it'd be really cool to do like a solstice stream. Does anybody have any solstice plans? Longest day of the year, June something, June 21st, I believe. But I'm never sure. Is it June 21st, or is it like technically the day before June 21st, or is it technically the day after June 21st? Like, June 21st is sort of the middle of those two, right? So, but here in Alaska, we have quite a bit of light. In Anchorage, I think you have like 19 hours of actual daylight and then like 6 hours of practical daylight. I say no, hold on, that doesn't make sense. No, you have 5 hours of practical daylight. So I've always thought it would be really fun to do like a big, I've done once where I just stood on top of the flat top for, what was it? I was up there for sundown to sunup, 24 hours. So I was thinking that could be a really fun project, is just to like capture that whole experience and then potentially live stream it. So if you'd be interested, I think that could be a really fun thing, is like just to like, you know, show you the process, sundown to sunup on top of flat top on the solstice. But already kind of thinking of fun little streamy things to do this summer. So if you have any thoughts, let me know. If you have any wild and crazy ideas, let me know, because I could be game. Okay, I'm just trying to all right, let's see how this works. So the cat, what kind of shape is the cat? The cat has, let's see, he's got tuxedo, he's got a nose. Let's put that in. I think cat, we won't give him necessarily too much in the works there. Previous solstice. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You can see it there. It's it was a fun one. Yeah, I would absolutely consider doing that again. And I think the live streaming could be kind of fun too. Just take you with me on that journey. All right, so here we go. This is the page. Hello. Hello. We are, hi Birdie. How's he doing? Oh, teeth. That's the worst. Here, sorry, let me just quickly get a little bit on this one. This is my wife Eve and Birdie. There you are. Let's see what direction I need to go. This way. And let's just put a little bit there, a little bit here. You just saying hello? He's like, no. Not today. Can't be doing that. Wait, I gotta show you the two that we've already done. Check. One moment. I just check these out. Look, we have 1 and 2.
Very cute. I like him.
And then they'll
I like the cat.
yeah. He's gonna be a fixture. Currently being painted in with Kip right here. Hi.
Give him a kiss.
What's going on? There's a smile. Oh, did you just wake up?
No, he's just not feeling
Oh.
super happy with it in the teeth department.
The teeth department? Yeah, that is brutal. I vaguely remember teeth coming out of my skull, but it was it's a, oh.
He says this is a great teething tool.
Yeah, that's why I wear it on my head, just in case you need it. Hi. Well, you smell like soap. Okay, been well cleaned. Very fun. Okay. 2 more of these. That's the plan. To get 2 done and then see you soon. See you, Birdie. Okay. Now we're just going to add a little bit of this for the clouds. Dark clouds. Oh shoot, sorry, I'll pass you a message on there. Birdie is so sweet. Oh, I should have done, you know what? I'm going to hold off on those. I'm going to add just a touch of the hair and things like that right now. Oh, can I even do that? No, that's still wet. Shoot. It's this weird order of operation stuff. Like watercolor, you gotta start with something and then jump into the next thing, but you can't do it until you've done the other one. Otherwise, everything kind of gets messed up and ruined. And so we're just gonna see what we can do here. Gotta get this piece. That cat. He's not a fat cat. He's a chunk, but like he's earned it. And then let's add in the yellow of this jacket right now. Thinking what goes where. It's like the jacket's gonna be the same color as Kip's hair and like the same color as the dandelion, but that's because I'm just gonna use a couple colors and that's gonna be great. It's kind of the beauty of it. Maybe even we attach a touch of purple and we'll just add that into the bottom. Just give it a little bit of something dynamic. Doesn't take much. There we go. And let's add some, no, we'll add the purple there in just a second, a little bit later. Okay, what am I missing here? This kind of gunk is gonna be kind of greenish, I believe. Yeah. There's some green right here below. And we'll just kind of scoot it around and back. I had to pause my lurking to say hi to the kiddo. He is such a placid guy too. It's so fun. Like having 2 kids is great because I feel like I don't appreciate how Like, I don't think I appreciated Kip's personality until we had Birdie, because then all of a sudden it was like, oh my gosh, they're like built in with personality. It's so wild. Like, have you ever thought of like how much of you is just you because it's always been you? I always just figured it was like so much of it is like, oh, I learned this or I liked this, so I did this. But like having kids, it's like, it's all just like baked in. They're just kind of their own little people. And then they grow up and then they become big people, but then they're own little big people too. But it's, yeah, he is such a placid guy. Okay, a little bit of this going in. We're adding some purple now to the edge. We're gonna add a touch more. There we go. And that's gonna be jacket too, but we're just gonna add this kind of in. We got some red arms to add in. One little bit of red right here. Ooh, and a little bit of red right here. And then one little bit of red over here as well. Okay, good. It was not, you never quite know because sometimes it can kind of just like suck up into another piece that's still wet. So it looks like I saved myself on the face sides. Philosophical nature versus nurture time, right? I mean, what's your take, right? Like kids are instantly cool, just learning machines. That is undeniable. Oh my gosh, they're sponges. But yeah, like nature versus nurture. I think there is a lot. My take now, having kids, I think there is a lot of nature. I think there's a lot of nurture. I think I'm surprised at how much more nature there is than nurture than I expected. It's like that. I think that's what I'm so shocked at is like, wow, there are just like kids are kind of like there's a lot in there, but you're right. It's like, yeah, what actually is what piece is the secret sauce? Okay, now we're gonna add a little bit on this plane, so touch of yellow right over the edge, right in the middle as well, past the cat. We're gonna just add a bit to the edge as well here. And right down the middle. My answer is a cop-out, but yeah, it's definitely both nature and nurture. Just not sure the ratio. That's not a cop-out. I think that's the truth. Being a cop-out is like saying I like all ice cream. That's not true. That's not true. There is one best type of ice cream for everybody, and it tells too much about their soul for them to share it. So they're like, that's them trying to hide it. Speaking of which, my grandpa, it would have been his 99th birthday today. And he's a big fan of ice cream. So we're gonna have some ice cream, or at least we probably should. What is your favorite ice cream? No cop outs. I'll start just to prove that, like, I'm not just trying to like game the system. Mint chocolate chip, I think for me is like one of the best ice creams out there. But there's like there's tons. I don't know if you can like narrow it down that much. But he does have like 5 or 10 different kinds of ice cream. It's amazing. It's like the best thing ever. Let's put a little black streak going through this too. So we'll have kind of some like, we'll have a little bit of that in there. So it'll be like this. There you go. So this will be blue, and then this will be kind of dark black. Plant-based cherry Garcia for plant-based ice cream. Oh yes, yeah, that is good stuff. Ben and Jerry's. Oh my gosh, they know what they're doing. Ben and Jerry's factory is also wild. If you ever go to Vermont and are looking for a good time, you've gotta see it. I love peanut butter and chocolate ice cream in Rocky Road. Also, I should say this is not limited to like ice cream. Like sorbets count too. That's entirely acceptable. I'm open-minded. Chocolate and Oreo, yeah. Now soft serve versus hard. Like I should say that too. Like, are you all purely hard ice cream like as the best? I am of the opinion that like a soft serve with sprinkles might be up there with like the best ice cream, but I haven't quite narrowed it down yet. Okay, now we're gonna add a little bit of blue to this mix. Oh yeah, see, look, that's kind of starting to bleed there into my blue. Should have known, but this is about a chemical bleeding into a little stream, so that's perhaps the most appropriate thing that could have happened. There's that. Okay, we're getting there. I can dairy. So, oh, I can't do dairy. So, don't know the difference between soft serve. Oh, that is so sad. Oh, soft serve is like soft serve while I'm having add-ons by itself. Regular if I'm having peach cobbler with ice cream pie. Yeah, sorry. You know, that's like nature versus nurture. That's true. There's no one correct answer. I did hear something kind of, so Alaska per capita eats more ice cream than anywhere else, which is interesting. But then also, ooh, hold on. I'm actually really loving how the sky kind of looks, but I feel like we still need the blue in there. I might add like a bit for the clouds once this is dry. It's dry. Oh, I'm gonna try something tricky. Ready? Done bold, a full peanut butter pretzel and tea. So what if I do like this? And then we just do some of this. And we use that cloud and we just kind of place in the perfect place by adding in the sky next to it. What do you think about that? Ooh, okay. Actually, I kind of really like that. I don't know if that quite shows up on this. The stream is like a little bit more flat than real life, but I feel like that feels really good. Actually, yeah, we're gonna stick with that. Lately, I've really enjoyed cashew-based cinnamon roll ice cream. Oh yeah. Well, and have you ever had nice cream? You just freeze a banana and then just basically churn the thing. I don't even think you need to add sugar. It's just like it just makes vanilla. I think it's just a frozen banana churned around is vanilla ice cream. It's unbelievable. I think you have vanilla, maybe. Even then, it's magic. It's incredible. I don't know if they like sell it commercially. I think it's the kind of thing where you kind of have to like churn it immediately, and then I think it probably is only good or like, you know, non rock solid for the 45 minutes after you churn it, but it's worth it. It's worth it every single whatever you did to make it happen. It's so good. There we go. See, so now we have like our little cloud kind of there. We still got to put our rock down here. There we are. Gotta put that rock. We'll add these in first. Frozen bananas have upped my protein shake game. Toss them in blender. Oh my. Speaking my language. Yeah, it's so good. It's like frozen bananas. They're so tasty. And then like peanut butter. The peanut butter smoothie is basically just a milkshake, which I'm fine with. Alright, so we have some of this. Okay, this one is turned. I really like how this one's turning out. I think we're just gonna basically stick on this until it's done. Sometimes you just have to do that with the painting. Like it's working. I haven't done much gambling, but I hear there's like sometimes, you know, like the ideas, you know, when a table is hot, you kind of got to stick at the table or something. I think it's all superstition, but I feel like that's the same with paintings is when something's going well, sometimes don't leave it. You got that momentum, stick with it, stay there, see where it goes. You might be surprised. Okay, there we go. A little bit there. Let's put a shadow across. So we'll have something like that. Okay, cool. That looks nice. I think it's time to add some hair. A little bit there. I'll figure out this face thing first. I think my plan is I'm gonna scan everything, and then once I've scanned it, then if I'm feeling brave, I'm gonna toss some faces on. But like sometimes it just doesn't work out, and it's like, yeah, I feel like the wrong face is the quickest way to ruin a painting, or at least it feels like that sometimes. So I'm gonna do the cautious route. Cat's face though, we can mess with a little bit. Okay, let's add some little tiny overalls here. Good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just gonna we're just gonna the beauty of a scanner is it's like you can kind of scan as many times as you want, and I'm gonna take full advantage of that. So we're gonna kind of scan after every single day, I think, and then if we want to be bold, we can. I also think that the more I do art, the less I care about how do I say that? Like, I think the more I appreciate the struggle. There's like I feel like with fine artists in particular, this idea that it's like, right, what they do is so precious and hard to do, and because only they can do it, and that's why it's worth money, and that's probably why they say it too, because they're like, that's why this is worth $40,000 because I'm the only one who can do it, and here's why. But I also think like the cool thing about art is like that anybody can do it, and it's like that's what makes it special and relatable. So I do think if we can reduce those scaries for people, whether that's like printing off outlines, so you can try the outlines many times as you want without worrying that you're gonna redo it, or any of that other stuff. I think that's always worth doing if you can, and uh, and so like scanning and then retrying stuff. I think that's the ticket for me, perhaps. Okay, that feels dry. Let's go in. So this is the rest of the jacket. Bit of yellow, but in the shadowy parts, I go full purple. So purple is such a great like middle kind of composition color. It works so well. Okay, a little bit there. There we are. All right, so there's the hand reaching. There's the cat. There's the yuck of the PFAS. Let me go grab some more blue, perhaps. Just to get on the edge of here. Like that. Practicing sketching from photo reference has made it less scary to get drawing for me, and I sometimes to color after. Yeah, no, it's like yeah, that's exactly yeah, yep. It's like to do the thing that makes it less scary. You just gotta do whatever it takes you to do. Like that is what matters. Is there's no right way of like, well, I can't do it this way, so I guess I just won't do it. It's like the right way is the way that you do it that makes it so that you can actually do it. Like e-bikes or something like that. It's like, should e-bikes be allowed because they're not biking? People have a lot of like, don't be inappropriate with them, but like, if that's what gets you out biking, sure, yeah, whatever you need. Like I think it's like that. The more I do it, the more empathetic I think I'm becoming to just how hard it is to like get this stuff started, but how valuable it can be to like actually get out there and do something. And I've started to actually like with some of the stuff, like I did a world map the other day, and instead of sketching out the world map in every single country, which takes like an hour and a half, I sketched it out once and then just made like 5 copies of it through a Cricut machine. And then I painted them all in, and like I didn't like the first 4, but the last one turned out great. No way would I have done 4 bad ones and then be like, oh, I should sketch out another world map. No. So yeah, that's been really nice to be able to kind of practice a little bit. Okay, add some of the yucky PFAS. Wanting to speak a foreign language without daring to speak a word would be a challenge in learning it. Whoa, can I use that? That is an amazing analogy. Wow, that is great. Yeah, totally right. I always use the thing of like flute or something. That's what my grandma used to use apparently. It's like, oh, I can never paint, and it's like, well, if I wanted to practice that, like I can't play the flute, but that's because I don't practice every single day. But yeah, the foreign language one, that's so accurate. So accurate. You can have that one for free. Next one's gonna cost you though. Yeah, I'll take that one for free. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Steal of a deal. But yeah, it's like, oh yeah, because painting is a language. It's like, yeah, that's like somebody coming up to me and being like, I can't speak French. Okay. Sure. Have you tried to speak French? No? All right. Well then, yeah, maybe that's your problem. It does happen a lot though, especially when you paint outside. A lot of people come up and be like, I can't paint. You're like, why did you tell me that? And also, like, is it just because you feel pressure to paint because you're seeing me painting, and then by telling me that, it makes you feel less guilty about not painting? Whenever I hear somebody tell that to me, it just makes me think like, oh, you say that because you know that you do love painting and that you don't paint. So you saying I can't paint makes you feel less bad about that. Which is kind of sad because I think so many times, especially guys, like so many like there's I love how many women like are into watercolor. It's awesome. It's really cool because I feel like they're like just watercolor in general. They're able to kind of get in tune with it, and it's so neat. But I feel like in a world of toxic masculinity, that in a lot of ways men have the most to gain from watercolor because it helps you see the world and it helps you kind of self-regulate and like all the things that like young men frankly need more of in their life. I think you can find a lot of that in watercolor, but watercolor is scary and vulnerable and you have to kind of put yourself out there. All things that young men do not want to do. And so I'm trying to figure out how to kind of make that more of a socially acceptable thing to get young men in particular to like want to paint. But I think a lot of it is just like you have to put them in the position to want to paint. Hopefully I can show through example of like, look, this is cool. I'm not racing cars or like doing Red Bull stunts, but like I'm sponsored by GoPro. So, that's really neat. Or like, look, this is yeah, I'm not doing crazy free solo stuff, but I worked with Patagonia occasionally, and Keen is an amazing brand, and they are doing this, but yeah, from the the watercolor standpoint, I do feel like, or from the emotional standpoint, I do feel like watercolor is just so vulnerable, but also so good for everything. Okay. Speaking of which, did I just like mess up this cat too much? You have white paws. We're just gonna give you white paws and then a white chest. Is the cat color and the oil color being the same for foreshadowing? Ooh, no. It is because I have indigo and not black, but yeah, you make a good point. Look at that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, this is my generic scary chemical color. Even though like the PFAS is actually a white foam, I believe, is when it's colorless, but it is kind of a white thing, I think, actually, in real life. But this is what's going to make the pages black, is right here. Okay, we're just going to scoot this down. And just like that. There we are. Okay. We got that little hand right here. Can't forget that. Ooh, yeah, I don't know if I love that. Hold on. Quick. Erase. What you can do with TP, sort of, sometimes. That should do. There we are. Okay, cool. Done. Just like that. switch this over so I can get this camera some cooling down time. All right, so we have the cat, we have this one, we have this one. In good shape with that. I'm just gonna pause that. Is this the fourth painting? This is the third painting. Technically, it is like the fourth of the paintings, but I haven't finished the second of the paintings, or the third of the paintings, which I will just right now. I just wanted to get this one a little further along. But yeah, there we go. Look at this. We're now 3 paintings in, 4th down. Now here's the second one. I'll jump into this one here. Maybe we'll even do a 5th. I'm feeling crazy. But thank you, Helen. No, it is getting there. So you can see this one, it's right here, goes this, and then this. So they're coming over and they see it here, and then now they're here on the bridge reaching down to grab that sketch right there. I should probably make this a tiny bit darker. Let me just add some. There we are. Okay. So there's that one. So now here. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Check this out. This is kind of cool. Okay. So you have, look at this. Look. Like it's like a story now, right? They're going up. They're going up. They go over. They stop. They see. And they grab. That is starting to look cool. Oh my gosh, it's like an actual kind of almost a story. That's kind of interesting. I am so excited. Yeah, this will be fun. It'll start to come along, and then we'll start to figure out the words too within it. Like that's gonna be the next struggle. It's been really fun though. I could totally see doing more books like this too. Do some fun outdoor paintings, have some adventures, and then come back and like make a bunch of books. That'd be a dream. It has actually always been my dream to make a children's book. Like that has always been legitimately the dream. Just as a kid who grew up looking at a lot of picture books. Like picture books to me were like a native French speaker growing up in a in a foreign home and having one French book. Like they were just the one book I could read. I mean, obviously I could see the others, but like it was the one book that had like the language that spoke to me. And yeah, it was just something about it. It was just so, it's like, I want to make these. I want to illustrate books. These are awesome. And now look at us. We're doing it. We're making a book. It's pretty wild. New goal, 10 paintings a day. That is, I think actually where we're going here. I think we will have to kind of hit those kind of numbers soon. And let's see, I'll just put a little bit of this over here. Put some of this going down. And that is this like kind of gross sort of oil slick looking thing. New goal, more like 10 books per year. Maybe not, that might be too many. All right, so we have this and we have some of that. What do we need right now? We need some blue. It's a nice light blue. A little bit over here. A little bit right here. We're gonna work our way through. This will be kind of tough because I'll need to kind of paint that both black and white at the same time, but we'll get there. And a lot of what I'm thinking of here is just sort of like the contrasty parts. Like, how can I make this light but also not too light? Like this was too, this is probably too much. So I need to actually pull some of this off. Toilet paper is great for that, fortunately. And then let's try it again. A little bit more water in anything kind of lightens it up. That's kind of your go-tos with watercolor, is just more paint equals darker, more water equals lighter. And then that is usually enough to kind of take you anywhere you want to go. I'm gonna wait for that to dry just a skosh, and then I'll add a little bit more. Once that's dry, we're in some good shape. Let's put some shadows on this little concrete bunkery bit. And then maybe a touch down here as well. Playing with water that happens to have pigment in it. You could make a children's puzzle with the pieces you did for this video. Oh, that's a great idea. Oh my gosh. Anne. That is... Oh wait, Anderson's son? Is it Anne? Or is it Anderson? Anne Anderson. What do I call you? That is a great... What do I call you to thank you? That is a great idea. Yeah, totally. I see it. I totally see it. Especially because like that is the other thing. We read a lot of children's books. We read a lot of puzzles. But that's a great call. Yeah, I like that very much. I very much like that. Okay, this is moving. Let's add just a touch to the side of the paths. Don't need much, but like a little bit of shadow kind of helps give some depth. And then we're gonna add the rest. See, look at that little bit, just a touch of shadow, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, cool. There's my path. So we got this, we got that. Add some dark blue. Just see if we can kind of scoot in next to there. A little bit over the side. Okay. And we're just going to add right to the edge. Something kind of like that. Okay. A bit more next to the bridge. All right. Now I have a little tiny heater, so I'm just gonna toss it down there. Let it, where's my go-to little heater? See if that dries that off any quicker. Go fix this one here while we're at it. We need some shoes. I'm gonna name purple shoes. I think that's what we had. Or do you have red shoes? I can't remember now. Let's see what red shoes look like. That's okay. We'll do kind of reddish purple. And the cat definitely has white feet. I don't know, I give the cat a black nose. He has a pink nose, but he'll deal. He'll deal now. Maybe put it in the PFAS. Hopefully not, actually. Okay, up here. We're back at it. Let's see. Is that dry? So much of what I do is just like waiting for something not to be wet. I think we're there. So with this, we're going to be adding a little bit more. Let me just see if I can get this one back up. The camera overheated, which doesn't bode well for like going out into the desert or something like that. considering that it is like a 50-degree rainy day here in Alaska. But I should be able to just click a button now. Oh, look at that. So fancy. And let's add a little bit right here. We're gonna add a touch of green, and I'm gonna try to make it kind of as light as possible moving toward here. I want there to be green. I want there to be lightness. So a little bit of yellow, but mostly water. Which is tough because the water actually, it'll show up as darker just until it dries, and then it kind of lightens right up. So we're gonna add just the touchiest of green, the littlest, tiniest, bittiest, something like that. And really kind of lean into these par broken frames. Doing a little bit of frame, a little bit of broken frame. Kind of having fun with it. Here we go, yeah, something like that. And yeah, we're gonna add some down here, a little bit over here. That should be just fine. Might need actually a lot over here to kind of make this stand out. In each of these compositions, yeah, it's for kids, but also kids are so discerning. Like they so care what happens. And there's like some really weird books out there where they are just like all the Maurice Sendak stuff is great because it's just so weird. It's so weird. But then, you know, it lives, it's like, so is life, and so is, you know, dreams and growing up and all that stuff. So you gotta have to make it weird. But you also gotta like take it seriously, because that is, you know, they are. And so we gotta just like put just the basics right there. Okay, lovely. Bit of shadow on the edge. Turning it just so I can kind of get the angle right. That's kind of the nice thing about little cards like this that aren't taped down, is I can just kind of just turn just a little bit, and I don't have to turn my whole body. I can just move this a little bit if I want to. Okay, a little bit there. Beautiful. I think. Probably can't. A little bias. But I think it's working out. Okay, a little bit down here. We got our nice little bit for this if we want it. Should I make that? I can make this pretty dark. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do that. Here, let me lean in here. Do a little bit of some blue, maybe a touch of purple or something like that. That should be kind of a nice shadowy green. Let's see, there's no coming back from it, but all of these, every single one of these is meant to be redoable. Unlike the other ones, like for the film, that talk about unredoable, that was, you know, I had one shot to make these paintings and then tear the book out. So that was the kind of stuff, like, if I can do that, I can do this. Because once you do that, you can't go back. Like you'd have to refilm the entire story. And that is not something I had time for. So this feels more doable. There we are. Okay, a little bit there. Let's bring some purple back down here. And where's my pen? Bit of a line right there. All right. A little bit of grass. The nice thing with watercolor too is like you can't work it too long. I suppose you could like wait until something dries, but with everything you kind of want to be connected, you kind of just have to run through it. It's like everything is a bit of a speed run when it comes to watercolor, which can be wonderful and terrible at the same time because of that. All right, there we go. So we have our path kind of snaking forward, and then we have this as well. Okay, cool. Want a little bit of shadows, and then this one's basically there. Yeah, wow. And then And then we're 4 in. Oh my gosh, look at this go. It's happening. Today is happening. And that sounds good. I think we just keep on working down. I think we just work our way through the entire journey, start to finish, minus, of course, the first through 5th page. And then when we're ready, we can try. We can keep on trying. This one right here, dark. And then, oh yeah, it's too much. Okay. I'll come back and try that in just a second. A couple little bits of some brown right here. Once again, the whole time kind of just squinting, trying to get the whatever you call it, the contrast right. That's sort of like right here, I just added probably too much paint. Like it's the right color for the path, but I should have had more contrast. So yeah, it'll work. But it's always worth keeping that in mind. Okay, cool. So we're moving on that. That's great. Now let's put this down to dry and then see what we're doing next afterwards. Okay, so the next one. Oh my gosh. You do realize that once we finish that one right there, we'll have 2 of these up here. We'll have 2. And then there's only like 25 more to go. But still, that's huge. Okay, the next one is going to be, let's see, we have this one. And now next, I'm just going to kind of pull these ones back. So we've got, what's this here? Cat jumps out of the way. Oh, I see, okay. So these are the ones that we haven't done yet. This is number 7. Okay, so we've done progress. It is progress. So, okay, we haven't done these 4, so I'm going to put those in the back. The next one would be this right here. So I'll grab these 2. Yeah, let's grab that one. Won't get too ambitious. It is progress. Wow, this is exciting. This feels really exciting. It is kind of funny too, because Maya and Alveus was just kind of like, they're talking about like, what are we gonna do after our TED Talk comes out? And they're like, their problems are, you know, in like the $10 million figure range. And then and then it's what I love about the streaming. And then, you know, it's like, we're over here just like, how do we make 10 paintings a day? But I also so appreciate it because Maya and Connor have been so supportive of this. Like, what a cool community. I don't know if anybody Alveus on Twitch are just like the best. They're everybody there. Such good folks. Such excellent animals. Okay. Let's see. Is this any drier? You can usually kind of tell because it'll be like a little shiny, but not always. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. Okay, so here is, let's see, yeah, TED Talk really seemed to accelerate things for them. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how that shakes out. I'm excited to see it too. I feel like that's Maya is somebody who was made for a TED Talk. Maybe not made, but like those life experiences would make for an excellent TED Talk. Whereas like some TED Talks you see and you're like, ooh, okay, I really like you, but like also that felt staged. Streamers I feel like are great at being very unstaged. So I'm excited to see how that one shakes out. Okay, so we got all this. We got that right there. Let's go add our little tiny people up here. So we have our little silhouettes. Maybe I put color in them. Maybe I just put, does it look like the color? Maybe, let's try it. And the cat is going to be indigo. The boy, let's see, we'll make that indigo. Maybe we should just make them all indigo. No, it'll work out. I like how this little bench bit turned out. I thought that's definitely going great. My favorite TED Talk taught me how to tie my shoes properly like 15 years ago. Never done a double knot and never done a double knot and never got a loose one. That is what they should do more TED Talks of. Like, this inspirational stuff is great and all, and I'm sure like that talk probably also was inspirational, but like they honestly should just do ones where it's like, and here's how, like, here's basic information that will actually change your life. This one will inspire you. This one you'll use every single day. Okay, a little bit of this nasty gunk going in right now. So we're just gonna scoot this around right there. And I'm gonna kind of move it down as well. Ooh, that looks gross and good. Not what I want to be painting, but is the good stuff to, like, if you're gonna paint something, at least make it look good, even if it's toxic chemicals, right? Okay, and this should be dry enough. We're gonna put a little bit here. I want that contrast, so I'm gonna put a little bit to the edge, but then just like that. Yes. Oh, look at that. Oh, good. Great, 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 great. Okay. All right, and then we just add some of those. We add a little bit of this. And just like that. Ta-da! Cool. It's happening. Nice shadows. Thank you, right? It was how to invent bunny ears at the end of a knot so it doesn't open. I also love we still use laces. Like, I love how they're like, we made Velcro shoes for like space travel, and then we're just like, yeah, that's fine. We're gonna use our 2 pieces of string. It's just such good string. Okay, here's that. And all right. Now let's add our little people. Let's see, we'll add Kippo. Another green right there. We'll add the blue of a hat up here. And then the cat's fine. All right, cool. There we go. Look at that. 4 down. In good time too. Only well, only a couple more to go. A lot more. Should we figure it out? Should we do this? We got rated last time I was about to, so I feel like it might be time. All right. So in this, every single thing on the back basically says how many there are. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Okay, so there's 34 to go. There's 34 to go. That's not 60. That's great. So there's 34 to go, which means that in the next 4 days, if we do math, don't judge me, I need this. 34. Okay, so 34 divided by for, any guesses? Anybody? Bueller? It's 8.5. So we need to do 8.5 per day. Or if we say 9, and then we can give ourselves Friday off. No, that wouldn't give us Friday off. That would give us a part of Friday off. So if we do 8.5 per day, then so excited because I would be the producer if I didn't remind us of our deadline. Yep. Okay, so we need to do 10 a day. We can do 10 a day. I think we can do 10 a day. Especially like pre-sketch a lot of them and we're just painting, we could just kind of go boom, 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 boom. I think we could really cycle through a bunch of them. So I feel very excited about this. So excited I might even stop a little early just so that I can scan these, clean stuff up, and kind of prep for tomorrow. And then we do like 10. We'll see. We have done it before. But just so, because we can do this, let me show you this sweet. Oh my gosh, these are fun. Here, look at these. Okay, here's one. Here is the one that comes after it. I left that piece blank. I think I might fill that in. I'll do that right now. Here's this one. And here is this one. These are kind of fun. Yeah, I've done it before. Definitely could do a marathon painting. They're delightful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think we got some. I think we got something here. Let's try it. Let's try it. These are all lovely. This one does need to be fixed. I'll fix this right now, and then let's call this a day. I'll go start working on some of the other pieces, and then tomorrow, prepare yourself. Tomorrow will be kind of wild. I'll pull in the stops where I might even find myself a chair. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I might do it. I might find myself a chair, and let's find some interesting people who we can call, and just kind of run through it. Try to get 10 in. If we can get 10 every single day, then that'll get us to our goal. That'll get us real close to our goal in 3 days. So potentially even by Thursday, we can be in a pretty good spot. And then we can figure out the words, which are like kind of absolutely crucial pieces to this. And then of course scan and do all the rest of the bits. But step 1, we'll do this. And then step 2, we'll do all of the other pieces. Okay, right there, just like that, just like this, and okay, cool. There we go. Wow. Sorry, you just got all these together. So fun. Amazing. All right. Well, we're getting it. It's going to be cool. I think I'm going to wrap it up for today. So I'll see YouTube off here, and then Twitch, I'll go rate us somewhere. I think if Liz was on earlier, so maybe she's on now. It should be kind of fun. Actually, we just sent Liz a package just because Liz is the best. But if there's not any questions, I'll see everybody tomorrow around like 9 o'clock. Yeah, 9 o'clock. There we go. Alaska time, which is 1 o'clock East Coast time. And if you don't already, we have a really fun newsletter. Check it out. It's on Trailbound Sketches. We also have a really cool Discord. Like, it is the coolest. And then on the newsletter, we have all kinds of fun things like raffling off Telluride passes and fun stuff like that. So if you are around the internet, go there. All right, tomorrow it's gonna be a fun one. And also, thanks for being here. Yeah, like, well, thanks Thanks Rox and Shirley. Wait, hold on. Was it Shirley? No, Sherry. Yeah, that's right. Thanks Rox and Sherry and Helen, and Jen's there as well. Snark. This has been so cool to like be able to share this process. And I feel like I posted about it today, but I feel like I was kind of in that valley, and I can feel this climbing out of it right now. Oh, the relief is like real. But thanks for lifting me through that. It means so much. Okay, so I'll bid YouTube adieu.